Evening, everyone. I welcome you to this meeting of Oberon Council. This meeting will be live streamed via Teams webinar facilities. Recordings of council meetings or parts thereof cannot be copied, recorded, reproduced, reused or transmitted without the prior written consent of the General Manager. As the meeting is being recorded and will be made publicly available on Council's website, persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. Council acknowledges that this meeting is being held in the traditional lands of the Wiradjuri, Gundungurra and Darug peoples, and we pay respects to elders past and present. The meeting will be opened by prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'd ask everyone to stand, and anyone and councillors or others are most welcome to leave for the prayer, and then we'll come back in after the prayer.
David also from the Uniting Church here, and I'm standing in for James, by the way.
Yes.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, in our hearts we plan our course, but we pray that you establish our steps. We pray that we seek you for advice. Let us not make decisions based upon what we know, but let us act based upon your wisdom. Please guide us, Lord. We place this meeting in your hands. We place our hearts and our minds in your hands so that you may direct us all. And Lord, we thank you for this wonderful community we have here in Oberon. Amen.
Thank you very much. Clive, could you ask Katie to come back in, please? Item 4 is record of attendance. I note that all councillors are present and that Councillor Tucker, under section 5.19 of the Code of Meeting Practice, is asked to attend by AVL. I'll move that he be permitted to attend. Got a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hayden. All in favour? And his application relates to a health issue. Thank you. We move to 5, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest by councillors? Councillor Hayden.
Yes, Mr Mayor, in relation to item 14.1, I declare a non-pecuniary conflict of interest significant as the matter relates to me personally, and I will make my submission and then leave the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Hayden. Any other declarations of interest? Fine. We move to item 6, which is confirmation of minutes. The recommendation is minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 17th of March 2026 be confirmed. Could I have a motion? Councillor Hayden, Councillor O'Connor. Thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, no, nothing to say. Thank you.
O'Connor. Any other matters? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. The minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 17th of March 2026 be accepted. All in favour? Passed unanimously. Item 7 is the mayoral minute and report. Recommendation is the report. Item 7.1 is received information. I put the motion as per the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor O'Connor. As read, Councillor O'Connor. Any other queries? Yes, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I just note in the Oberon Council submission on page 33 of 1004 that I take it in note in there when it states pre-meeting briefing sessions. I do note that that this before current meetings in our agenda, I took the minister's comments that he'd made and the comments that I had read that meant the agenda, which is the agenda that is printed and before a council at the time. So I understand there's uncertainty around whether councillors may lawfully participate, but I also think that that may be a perception that some within council may have and not the intent of the minister. I do hope that at the upcoming summit that there will be some clarity around that because the minister will be actually there. So I understand why council has raised the concerns in that submission. But I think the practical application locally may have gone further than the wording in the code itself. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Hayden, we're certainly hoping the matter will be clarified because there is some uncertainty, but part of the reason for making this submission is to see if the matter can be addressed and clarity can arise.
Thank you.
Any other matters that people want to question the mayor or minute on? If not, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 7.2 is a mayoral minute. It's a motion, legal advice on rating subcategories for business category for renewable projects. The motion is that council authorise the general manager to approach surrounding councils and councils within the Central West Joint Organisation to ascertain whether legal advice has been obtained in relation to establishing subcategories within the business category of rates for renewable projects, including wind turbines, battery, solar farms, substations, and other associated infrastructure. Two, dependent on one, seek legal advice on how subcategories within the business category can be established for parcels of land in which wind turbines, batteries, solar farms, substations, and associated infrastructure is to be established. 3, investigate how parcels of land in which wind turbines, batteries, solar farms, substations, and associated infrastructure are to be established can be segmented off from the surrounding land, usually categorised as farmland, and who bears the survey, land titles, and legal costs associated with this segmentation. 4, utilise the council's legal budget to fund this activity if required, subject to a satisfactory quote being obtained from a legal firm with expertise in this area. I've moved the motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Connor, thank you. I think the motion speaks for itself. It's to create clarity for us if we're going to create subcategories for renewable projects, and to be able to ensure that we can segment off those areas from farmland so that there's appropriate category that is applied only to that area on which the renewable project is located or associated infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your leadership in this matter with renewable energy, the development currently before Oberon. So, I mean, this is a great motion you've put forward. It's really significant. I mean, there's a couple of points. Oberon currently, forgoes about $1 million in rateable income because the state forestry don't pay rates. The wind farm proposed here has an area of about 5 to 10% of the floor, and they're proposing not to pay any rates, even though it's an industrial complex. The return from the wind farm will be probably, or looks to be, higher than the return forestry will be receiving anyway. And then we've got the issue of perpetuity. Our mayor has worked really well and brought to the table a few months ago that the current host agreements are for potentially 105 years and in perpetuity. That's what the developer has said. So surely anyone having a lease for 105 years or in perpetuity, as they said, is the owner of the land and should pay rates. So from the above, it's only appropriate that wind farm developers pay rates. The idea of joining the joint organisation is a great one, sharing the legal expenses, so I support that. And I also know, you might check this because it's on my field, but the Office of Local Government has a rate section and they have a legal department that offer free legal advice. That may be a point to start. And interestingly, in Victoria, the rate base is on the capital improved value. So wind farms there are potentially paying a lot of rates, whereas in New South Wales, it's on the unimproved value. So thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for this motion. It's very good.
Yes, Councillor Hayes.
Yes, I'm not completely against the motion, Mr. Mayor. However, I do have a concern with the narrow focus of it. It specifically targets renewable infrastructure, but we have a range of large scale and intensive land uses across the LGA that could raise similar rating questions, whether that's large scale and heavy industry, large scale agricultural operations or plantation forestry. If council's genuinely looking at rating equity, then it should be done in a consistent and comprehensive way, not limited to one type of development. And I'd be more comfortable supporting this if it were broadened to review rating categories across all significant land uses rather than singling out renewable projects. And just to build on that, if council is serious about reviewing rating equity, we should be looking at other intensive land uses across the LGA. We have examples of prime agricultural land being converted into large scale plantation forestry, which is still rated the same as traditional farming, despite potentially having different impacts in terms of land use, pests, weeds, infrastructure demand when the trucks hit the roads. Likewise, within our business category, we have significant industrial operations, some of which include large-scale energy generation as part of their activities. So if we're going to undertake this work, it should be broadened to ensure we're applying a consistent and equitable approach across all the comparable land uses rather than focusing on one sector.
So are you proposing an amendment, councillor Hayden?
No, not at this time.
Yes, councillor Edwards.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think it's a prudent step, to be quite honest, in getting legal clarity and potential uplift in rating revenue in the event that these projects go ahead. So, yeah, I fully agree.
And anyone else? Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question for you, Mr. Mayor. It may just be a matter of terminology. I was a little bit unclear about what this was about. Is business subcategory the correct terminology, or is it talking about where there's wind farms or other renewable energy within rural land to cut out a bit of that rural land and reclassify that cut out bit as business? Is that the purpose?
It is, but then cutting it out and giving it a specific subcategory under business once you've cut it out. So two questions. First of all, how do we categorise this so it's not categorised as farmland? It would probably fall within a business category because of the nature of it. It doesn't fall within an RU1, the actual establishment of, say, a wind turbine. However, we then need to have a subcategory to be able to put an appropriate rate on that. Some other councils have looked at this and are investigating it, and that's why the first is to look at other councils and see what they're doing, because there has been some work on this in the New England, and I know, and I'm also aware that Blaney's looking at this very similarly. So if we can piggyback off the advice they've got in that regard. But the second section is if this if it's on, say, farmland, and you have to segment it out. How do we segment it out? You know, the lot, or it may be a very large lot, which is far in excess of what is actually the turbine is on. So to make it equitable, so that you're not giving a subcategory to a much larger area than is necessary for the purpose of this wind turbine.
Yes, I understood that part of it. It was the terminology of business subcategory. If you were going to chop that piece of land out where the renewable energy infrastructure was, why wouldn't that just be the same business rate as any other business? Why would it need a subcategory?
Well, it could be the same business rate, or it could have a subcategory. I thought it'd be appropriate to have subcategories, as I've seen other councils looking at establishing subcategories in that business category.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else on this? Yes,
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I agree with the motion. I appreciate that councils are now starting to try and find some clarity on these issues, and that council overall is starting to ask questions, which we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll write a reply. The other question, obviously, that still is we do not, as Councillor O'Connor indicated, we do not know what is in the agreement between the wind farm proponents and Crown Lands in relation to if it's going to be a lease of the sites on which it's proposed to put these wind farms, or what the relationship is. Currently, obviously, why Forestry Corporation avoids paying rates is that it's not a lease of Crown land on which they put their radiata pines. It is a management agreement. If it was a lease, arguably as a state entity, they would be rateable. So they've structured it so it's managed. But we want to know what the relationship is between the wind proponent and that's part of having to try and find that out as well. Okay, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried by all four councillors. Thank you.
Starting investigating.
We go to 8.1. Now, I note there are a number of people in the gallery for a number of notices of motion. I was going to try and prioritise some, but I think it's going to be a little difficult because there's at least four people are here for four, but I think we'll just go through the normal channel and we'll try and push them through fairly quickly so that people are not here for longer than they need to be. So the first one is 8.1, landholder implication sale of unpaid land rates. The motion is that council notes 1, the recent forced sale of land process undertaken under section 713 to 726 of the Local Government Act 1993, New South Wales, recovery of unpaid rates, and 2, that in some cases historic road resumptions and boundary adjustments may not have been fully reconciled, resulting in residual parcels of land impacting current landholders. And 3, that council requests a report outlining options to assist council in identifying appropriately managing such parcels to prevent similar issues arising in the future. That's your motion, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to add an extra word between outlining and options and add the word practical.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Councillor Everest, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, as councillors are aware, you've heard from the speaker tonight. We recently had undertaken a for sale land process for the recovery of unpaid rates in accordance with the Local Government Act 1993. And while that process was lawful and necessary to ensure financial sustainability, it has highlighted the complexity that can arise where historical land tenure matters, particularly those associated with past road realignments and resumptions, intersect with current land ownership and rating processes. I want to acknowledge that in at least 2 cases arising from this process that I'm aware of, affected landowners are now required to pursue resolution through the court system. It's a significant outcome, both financially and personally, and it's not a situation that should arise where the underlying issue relates to historic land tenure arrangements. When this issue has come about historically, and I do understand that council's followed all of the regulations to a T. However, it's the person issue that I'm concerned with, and that we all should be concerned with in our community when processes of the day may not have been implemented where they should have been, when resumptions were made and where land was taken up and land was given out and boundary adjustments may not have been done or registered as such. And I note throughout my motion, I've put in some images for councillors of, I did a 10 kilometre to 15 kilometre stretch just on one particular road in our LGA out along the O'Connell Road that showed 10 to 20 small slivers. Now, I'm unsure if they've actually been dealt with, but down the track, we may come up with this again. And the idea of this motion is just so that we can remain mindful, and perhaps if our staff could outline practical options moving forward, how we can approach this down the track when we may be hit with this again. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Livers.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I also believe this motion helps strengthen council's processes. I mean, there can be genuine issues, as we've seen today, arising from historic land and boundary inconsistencies that can unfairly impact current landholders.
Thank you. Any other councillors?
Yes,
Yes,
I'd like to comment through the chair. As I stated in the last confidential meeting, I believe the matter could have been handled a lot more sympathetically for families. But I believe it was covered in the last meeting, in the last resolution. So I believe overall we've covered it. I've spoken to staff, and I think they're taking it on, and I believe with the manager's note, I think we're covering it the best we can. And again, I believe we're doing the best we can for the future in this matter. So.
Yes, councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, councillor Lee. I also agree with what you said. All councils have to, deal with this similar matter. It's a difficult one. It's unfortunate, but all councils have to do with it, and we followed the right regulations and procedures to deal with it. And the last meeting, we covered off all those points. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Councillor McCarthy.
Mr Mayor, I support what Councillor Haynes is trying to do, but this ground, someone else has paid the rates. You've got to get the ground in your own name, or otherwise it always belongs to someone else. Simple.
Any other discussion? Yes, councillor Chimbo.
I read it, and part of it is I had questions like in resolution part 2, why would council formers note a hypothetical speculative issue? Some cases may, with no clear evidence, benefit or requirement for council action. It asks council to acknowledge something that may or may not have occurred, creating only downside risk with no practical outcome. And in 3, it seeks action beyond council's statutory role and legal authority. Historic title and boundary matters sit with landowners and New South Wales Land Registry, not council. It risks creating false expectation and ongoing responsibility. Are we going to set a precedent for every contested boundary arising during the sale process? And the request is from an external to provide the report, and I'm confused as to what this is asking. Who would do such a report to process? And I don't really need an answer. I just think supporting this sets council on an unnecessary trajectory likely to drain resources and set precedent and legal exposure we do not need. We dealt with this last time, and I think it should be put to bed now.
Councillor Hayden, right to reply.
Yes, this motion wasn't trying to get any external reports. I did provide a Gazette notice. There were some further Gazette notices. I didn't want to fill up the business paper with resumption notices and transfer notices from DMR at the time in 1958 to 1969, and how portions of land were to be passed across. I think there's just been an administration error of the day, and these things occur. The Local Government Act came into force in 1993. The way land is dealt with, everything's got to be gazetted. These little slivers have to be something. But at the time when land was taken and land was given back, it just hasn't gone to that, that impact, that effort to actually get that adjusted correctly. So just to close, I want to be clear about the intent of the motion, and it's not about the forced sale process itself. That process was undertaken in accordance with the Act. However, the outcome of that process has had real impacts on landowners. You've heard from one tonight. And that's something that we need to be mindful of in our governance role. While what I'm seeking is for council to look at whether there are other options moving forward particularly where these parcels are the result of historic road resumptions and sliver lots. And those cases, a standard sale process can lead to unintended consequences, including third parties acquiring land and creating ongoing issues for adjoining landholders. So the motion's simply about understanding whether there are better ways to manage these situations in the future and whether staff can provide council with practical options moving forward. That is all the motion is. Thank you.
Okay, I put the motion. All in favour? Councillor McCarthy, Hayden and Oliveris against?
And Tucker.
And Tucker, sorry. You're for it, Councillor Tucker?
Yes, I'm in favour.
Against? Councillor O'Connor, Trembath, Graham, Lee and McKibben. Thank you. Move to item 8.2, Bly Street Ninja Park. The motion is that council notes that the Bly Street Reserve is identified in previous council resolutions for refurbishment and replacement of recreational equipment. 2, endorses the concept of investigating a Ninja Warrior style recreational park at Bly Street Reserve to support active use by local children, families and schools. 3, notes the availability of the New South Wales Government Community Participation Grant Program closing 1st of May 2026, and this is a project aligned with the program's objectives, including youth participation, community wellbeing and social cohesion. 4, request staff to investigate the project, including concept design and indicative costings, and prepare and submit a grant application under the Community Participation Grant Program. Councillor Hayden, your motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
You have a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Leverett. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion, and I'll note the General Manager's comments, does not seek to alter the existing playground program or relocate council funding. It simply recognises that Bly Street has already been identified for upgrade and proposes that council investigate an opportunity to secure external grant funding to deliver an improved outcome for the community. This concept has had strong support from the community as well as the local schools and would provide a more engaging, active recreation space for young people. We've already identified the need and this motion gives us a way to deliver it. And I note under point 3 that there is a current New South Wales Government Community Participation Grant Program that is currently open. It closes on the 1st of May and some of the image that you see there was based on a Ninja Warrior Park provider that I managed to get some information from. There are 3 pricing categories with this particular provider for providing it and installing. And I thought it's just easy to get all of that, the plans of that, pass it over, and it would be an easier grant application. It's not requesting any funding from council, but I thought it would be a better outcome for the community. This project aligns strongly with that New South Wales Community Participation Grant, and a park that could be developed like that is positive for the resident children that are living in these areas that have had parks removed. So that's why I just put this forward. I put it forward based on the availability of the grant, and I thought this would be a good opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Leverett. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, look, I think it's a sensible investigation, particularly given the potential to leverage external grant funding for community benefit. I also do recognise that any future decision should be considered alongside council's existing playground priorities as per previous resolution.
Can I just get some clarification? Director of Corporate Services, this would fit within the Community Participation Grant Program? Sorry, can you repeat that again? So the point 3 of this is it the New South Wales Government Community Participation Grant Program closing 1st of May, that this would fit within that, within the parameters for that grant program.
Through the chair, in investigation of the notice of motion, we do believe it can fit within the guidelines
Right.
based on the intent of the project. That grant program doesn't support planning or concept design phases of projects. So it's very clear that they are wanting projects that have, have identified with this strategic intent that there is some work to be done. So that is the part of this particular project that's been highlighted. But in the merits of what's being proposed, we don't see it falling outside of the realms. Just that this grant's all about building participation. So there would be a stretch in the wording as to how this might fit. But we don't think it would, fundamentally rule it out.
So bearing in mind this is the 21st of April and this grant closes on the 1st of May, does that mean we would have to at least have a concept design for a Ninja Park?
Through the chair, we assess the application today to have a look at what is required. There would be quite a strong requirement to have some concept design work undertaken. But one of the key things that we found in that application is that, again, coming back to that strategic intent, the application is very heavily looking for how council have identified any project, whether it's something else in IPNR strategic plans. That's where the intent needs to be highlighted. So we do think that's an area that this new idea may struggle in such a short period of time without council formally adopting it through any of our longer term planning. It will be very tight to turn around in terms of getting something done by that deadline.
Councillor
Just a question, would council have to put a deposit on applying for this grant? So would we need to put money up front to?
We need I think
progress
we need a co-contribution.
Co-contribution, would that be the case?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe there is a co-contribution requirement.
Would you have a percentage on that? 20%.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While the idea of the Ninja Playground is really good, I don't think we're quite ready to do it. I don't think that we could put enough time into the application to make it really good and actually get the money. There will be other grants at some stage where we can put it, but I don't think we're quite ready for it at the moment.
Councillor Cobb.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I too sympathise and I see the need for facilities for younger people, but I do remember when coming on council a little bit less than 2 years ago, we had a number of meetings about and discussions quite robust at the time, and we ended up with a playground upgrade program over all our playgrounds. Our finances are as such, like all councils, we need to stick to a plan rather than jump in and out where we see a need. And I also thank the General Manager for a very good response. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Councillor Tucker.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I just following on from that last comment, the comments at the end of the notice of motion suggest that this would somehow go against what was previously decided with the TI Legacy Fund, and I don't believe that is the case. It is applying for separate grant funding, and as far as I can see, would have no impact on the TI Fund. That was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
So you're saying we'd have to find separate money to do it or get a grant?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So your point is that it would fall outside the TI fund. So we would have to obviously seek a grant or obtain external funding if we weren't prepared to fund it ourselves.
Yeah, but that's exactly what this motion is saying, that we apply for a grant.
Okay. Any other discussion, Councillor McCarthy?
Yeah, I'm going to support the application. We keep telling us we're not ready yet. We haven't got the finances. Tell the kids that. Next thing you know, the kids standing here on the floor. Next thing they're adults. Standing for elections. Missed out on the playground. Anyway, I think it's about time we put our hand up and apply for this.
Right, reply.
Yeah, just to close, I want to be clear about what this motion is and what it's not. It does not alter council's existing playground program, nor does it commit any council funds. It simply seeks to investigate a concept and pursue an available grant opportunity. What's important here is the location. Children living in Jenolan, Bly Street, North Street and surrounding residential areas, even through to Springfield Street, have very limited access to recreational spaces within close proximity to their homes. This provides an opportunity to deliver something meaningful in that part of the town. I acknowledge previous discussions around smaller playground installations. However, this is entirely different. This is about creating a more engaging, active space that encourages participation, friendly competition and use by local schools. There is potential to integrate this with school activities, including cross-country programs, given its proximity and its suitability. Importantly, the common, while valuable, offers limited opportunities for more active or competitive style recreation for local children. This concept fills that gap. And finally, this is a time-sensitive opportunity. There is a grant program currently open, and this motion simply allows council to explore that opportunity with minimal cost and effort. And I would like to say that the websites that I did look at, they have all of the planning, all of the modules to suit. All you have to do is send them your area. They will then say, this is what can go there. There is minimal effort for doing a design because you have 3 price categories: the low price, the mid price, the high price, which the high price is highly competitive, and they come with structured planning behind them all, and they are sized to fit an area. So that's an opportunity which would alleviate some staff time in trying to draft something up. So I'll finish on that. Thank you.
Through the.
No, you had the right reply. Sorry. Okay, I'll put the motion. All in favour? Councillor Leveris, Hayden and McCarthy.
And on
And
Green.
Against Trembath, O'Connor, Graham, Lee and McKibben. Thank you. Go to 8.3, men's shed. Motion is that 1, Oberon Council provide consultative support and guidance to Oberon Men's Shed Incorporated with regard to their vision to relocate and build a fit-for-purpose men's shed. 2, a small delegation of Oberon councils and representatives Oberon Men's Shed arrange an inspection of Blaney Men's Shed and meet with the Blaney Men's Shed Committee. Blaney Men's Shed being a recently constructed fit-for-purpose facility. Councillor O'Connor, do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Councillor Lee. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you've worked in this area, you've spent time, and Gary as well, as assisted the men's shed. I might just read out the reasons for those people who haven't got a background. The socio-demographic of Oberon community today and over the next 10, 20 years will clearly indicate there is a need for significant growth in the demand for services provided by the Oberon men's shed. The current men's shed building has simply been outgrown. The area being insufficient, the access and facilities, particularly for disabled men, not being fit for purpose, workspaces cramped, the hours and days of access being restricted. There is no potential to expand, and the licence is for 1 year only. Overall, to summarise, the potential for this vital community organisation is being stifled by its current location. To accommodate the requirements of the Oberon men's shed, a suitable area of land needs to be secured and a fit-for-purpose shed constructed. Government funding has assisted the establishment of many men's sheds in Australia. The Australian Men's Sheds Association is funded by the federal government, Federal Department of Health and Ageing, the National Shed Development Program, NSDP, is a competitive grant program and applications are open to all men sheds. Blaney's Men's Shed President, Mr. Ian Cook, is also a director of the Australian Men's Sheds Association. As a first step, it is proposed that a delegation of 2 or 3 councillors, together with representatives of the Oberon Men's Shed, visit and inspect Blaney premises and meet with Mr. Ian Cook and the Blaney Committee to gain an understanding of the requirement for further grant applications and the forms of assistance and role our council can play. As we get older, there is a need for people, interaction, support and community, as outlined by Arthur. It was only the other day, Marianne and I were part of the open gardens, and we had lots of visitors, and there was one couple that turned up. They had only been recently moved to the town 4 months ago. They bought a house, and the first thing he did, he said he went to the men's shed, joined the men's shed. And that's what it gives. It gives people of that age who are moving to Oberon an opportunity to move into the community. It's a fantastic organisation, one that actually commenced in Australia, the Oberon Men's Shed Association. So I recommend this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I'll support that. I think Men's Shed's a great organisation and I think we should investigate this further. Thank you.
Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I support the men's shed and the need for a fit for purpose facility, but that's not the question. What they need is land and a long-term certainty, not a site visit. I'm proposing an amendment to item 8.3. Sharon has my amendment there. I'll wait till she pulls it up before I read it out, if that's all right. Read that out, Mr. News. Do you want me to read that out?
Sorry, yes.
Yes, so my amendment is retaining point 1 of the original motion, deleting the current point 2 and adding a new point 2, that council investigate options for the provision of a suitable site for Oberon's men's shed, including consideration of council managed Crown land and land identified within relevant plans of management where such use is permissible. A point 3, that the investigation include tenure options that provide long-term security for the men's shed, including lease or license arrangements and any associated planning or approval requirements. And part 4, that a report be brought back to council outlining available land options, constraints and recommended next steps to support the delivery of a fit for purpose facility. So the reason...
So do you have a seconder?
Sorry. So the reason behind this is, yes, the men's shed is extremely important. They have outgrown their area. There can be at times the difficulty of them having that 12-month lease term, and they want to feel more secure and feel like they have a home of their own. I know other councils in other LGAs, they often look at land that the council can put forward for a men's shed to be built on. The men's shed cannot get a grant to purchase land. They will have to spend a multitude of years, or hopefully some cool sponsor will come along and say, here's $400,000 for a block of land. They can get grants to build a shed, but they cannot get grants to purchase land. So as a council, I just thought we could possibly have a look at some of our ponds, our plan of managements for Crown land. I had a look over the past couple of weeks to identify any areas of Crown land close within in our township that could be available for the building of a shed. Now, I looked under the Crown lands. Crown lands does actually allow the building of men's sheds. So it would be a situation, if we could identify a parcel of land, then that parcel of land could be managed by the men's shed under a lease, whether it's a 5x5 or a 10x10 basis. They're looking after that land. They have a home. We're doing the right thing by the community and putting something forward, which also helps us with management of the Crown land that we manage. So that's why I've put this amendment forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, there is a clearly a genuine need to support the men's shed. But I do agree we need to move towards a clearer pathway, like options around the site, funding opportunities and council's role. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, councillor Hayden, for the work you've done and the homework. And the point of my motion is to go to the source. And the Blaney men's shed is fit for purpose, brand new or reasonably new. It's fantastic, I hear, from the Oberon men's shed. The chap who's president is also a significant holder in terms of the Australian Men's Shed Association. So prior to jumping ahead, prior to looking at options, prior to looking at land availability, I mean, it's not for me to do that, but what we can do and what we should do is go and investigate, go and find some information before we jump to conclusions or jump too far ahead of ourselves. So that's why my motion was quite simple, quite specific. Thank you.
Councillor Tremblay.
I support the original motion, and it was simple, straightforward. And this motion as it stands is quite complicated and always seems to be that we need a report back, which I find, I don't know where all this time comes from to bring reports back to council, and it just overcomplicated what was a very simple, straightforward, very important thing that we should be doing. The men's shed, I'm not saying they need a new shed now. They want to work towards having the growth opportunities that are coming their way. I mean, it's a wonderful place. It's like, you know, they keep an eye on each other, they look after each other. Like, you know, Connell, we've only got the pub where we keep an eye on our elderly. But with this, the men's shed, they're seeing them all the time and understanding who's about, what's happened to them and do they need help or whatever. And I just really think you should step back and, as per the original motion, meet with Blaney and understand how they did achieve what they did, and not complicate it so much that it could go on forever. Identifying parcels of land and working out terms that we'd all be happy with, when it was a very simple, straightforward request. And if the original motion does get up, I'd like to be a part of it because it aligns with, I'm on the Health Council and these are areas that I'd like to focus on.
Councillor McCarthy.
I support the amendment. They've outgrown their site, and that's why they're here. And I can remember when the men's shed first come back to council, and it was the mental health issue with men. And we had the opportunity. There's the old amphitheatre that never got used down at the dam. It's on, I think, Crown land, or it might be on the land that we had. And there's a possibility that if they have funds, to purchase some industrial ground. And it might have an easement on it or something like that, could be discounted, but I support it. Number one and number two of the original motion doesn't do anything for them. You can sit here around the table and talk forever, but you've got to move forward. And that's the trouble with up there. They can't move forward because they're hindered to the site that they're in. And you've been involved in the problems they have up there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I support councillor Hayden's amendments because the original motion that was put forward, most of that really the men's shed can do by themselves. Sure, some councillors might like to go with them to meet Blaney, but I think we can support in a in a better way by having a look at what is available, because I think we all would like to support the men's shed. We know what a good job they do and how important it is for our community. I think the amendment actually goes a step further and provides more support.
Councillor Tucker had his hand, Mr Mayor. Sorry.
I just looked a second ago and he didn't. So Councillor Tucker, you've just thrown your hand up. Thank you.
I did have it up a short time ago. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like everyone else, everyone supports the men's shed and would like to see them in a more secure location. My concern or my query, it relates to part one of, well, it's either the motion or this amendment, because they both include that part one, where it says provide consultative support and guidance. And I'm not clear what that actually means, what support, what guidance, and who would be doing that. It seems a bit sort of outside our normal sort of function. And I'm just concerned that whether the motion or the amendment get up, that it's going to end up falling back on council to do all the work of hunting around, finding land and taking them by the hand and you know, taking the whole project through to completion. Can anyone sort of advise what that actually means, the bit about consultative support and guidance?
Councillor Hayden.
I can't explain that. That's for staff to explain.
Well,
through the chair, this is a notice of motion.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And there's also been support.
I just kept point one in there. I would have thought consultative support and guidance in regard to their vision would be support their idea. But I'll hand over to Councillor O'Connor, because that was his first sentence in there. Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, so, thank you, Councillor Graham. So the consultative advice and support is really understanding. Like, you know, if we go down this, I don't mind if we go down this path of saying to council, let's go and identify the land. But my thoughts were that we go and see how someone successful got it through, how they did it, and how the land connects to the shed and how it all comes together. And then we're a conduit pipe back to the council with some information before we run off and say, because obviously all these councillors.
That was to Councillor Tucker, Frank.
These councillors, us as councillors, we've all got ideas. I mean, Councillor McCarthy's got ideas where it should go. Councillor Hayden, I thought we'd go and investigate how someone successful were able to achieve it. And then come back, which may help the selection process. But look, I'm happy whichever way. Thank you.
So I've got a further question. Councillor O'Connor. So I would have thought the best people to understand what size of building they need and the location of the building within general parameters are the men's shed themselves.
Absolutely.
So I would have thought that really the only thing that really the council can do is, and we have to look at, you know, in the current place that they are situated, it is Crown land. There is a license for 1 year. I'm not sure if it goes on Crown land, whether the Crown Land Authority would agree to extend on another piece of Crown land more than a year. So that has to be investigated. The best people to investigate that would be the men's shed with Vicky Lyons or someone from Crown Lands. Council may be able to identify certain parcels of land as options, but ultimately it's the men's shed who have to identify what size of land they need, what size of building, and what they can get a grant for. I also appreciate that, Patsy. So I suppose my argument to both the amendment and to the original motion is I just think one needs to be confined as to what is actually within council's remit to be able to do. If you understand what I'm, yeah. I think it's the men's shed themselves that's got to decide, the men's shed may decide, for instance, you know, we're going to have a lot of, we may have some disabled people who use walkers, etc. So if we put this long way out of town, it's not really feasible for them. Or they may decide, look, we can arrange it because we can put a bus on, etc. So those parameters have to be decided by the men's shed themselves.
Absolutely.
All we can do is say, well, there might be certain pieces of Crown land are available. You need to look at them and see if they're suitable. If so, we can assist you in contacting Crown lands and start to enter into negotiations. So what I'm saying is I think one in either the amendment or in yours is a bit too broad for council to do.
So that,
Yes, councillor Hayden, it's the amendments on, yes.
Can I do a right of reply with a slight amendment to the first part of the sentence in part one? Is that permissible under the rules?
If the second
Just
reads, seconder?
Yeah, I agree.
So
Let's hear it though.
if we could put Oberon Council provide future, remove consultative and remove and guidance. And in the place of and guidance, put support as required or requested by Oberon's mentioned, provide support as requested by, or, hold on.
We can't provide financial.
No, I'm not talking about, council provide
What do you mean? Guidance in
guidance,
guidance in
basically.
respect to
Yeah,
potential
just
Crown
in
lands that may be
Yeah.
available?
Yeah, so remove, Oberon Council provide, what can you think of this? Guidance to the Oberon shed. That'd be better.
I'm not sure that
We
again,
can provide guidance if they ask a question, we can provide, with that, no, you've always said.
No, that's what it already said.
I just don't know how that changes.
No, it has more words in it though.
Support and guidance.
Provide.
Just if you want to do is visit a mention.
I'm just saying the president wasn't.
Oh, we can certainly support an assistance.
just hold for a minute, I'm just getting some clarification from General Method.
Assistant?
So assistance in relation to vacant,
Yes.
potential vacant land available. Is that what you'd like to say? You happy with that?
Yes,
Still do the other ones.
it's just to rein it in that little bit so it's not too broad. Yeah, that's better. You have
I mean, you nearly say that in two, you need one then.
there. That'll do.
Because I think that has to be some conversation with the other one and share about what they mean.
That's right.
So.
Procedurally, you're amending something now that no one can debate. This is the right of reply.
That's right. Procedure.
It's a right of reply, so I'll finish my sentence then, can I? So with that small administrative change, yeah, I believe that the focus should shift to looking at a more longer term option. And I think that's important for our Oberon shed, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, got the amendment there. All in favour? Councillor McKibben, Graham, McCarthy, Hayden, Leveris. Against, Tucker, O'Connor, Trembath and Lee. So the amendment becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? Gibbon, Graham, McCarthy, Hayden and Leveris. Against, Trembath, O'Connor, Lee and Tucker. Good. We've moved, I'm actually going to ask if I'm proposing that item 9.3 be brought forward. Can I have a second, please? Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. All in favour? Carried unanimously, I think.
Can I just get the page up first, Mr Mayor, before we? 9.3.
23 to 96.
No, I'm in the big one, 5. I'm in the big page.
So 9.3 is the draft housing, employment, lands and open space strategy post-exhibition report.
Goodness. Yep. An amendment, Mr. An alternative. Sharon has it.
I'll read the recommendation, then you
Yeah.
put the alternative as a motion. Right. Recommendations, council notes the Oberon review of submissions, report 2026, an updated draft Oberon housing strategy, draft employment land strategy and draft open space strategies. 2, support the revisions of the draft Oberon housing strategy, draft employment land strategy and draft open space strategies for further public exhibition. 3, place the revised draft Oberon housing strategy, draft Oberon employment land strategy and the draft Oberon open spaces strategy and review of submission report on public exhibition for a minimum period of 28 days. 4, upon completion of the exhibition period, a further report be provided to council outlining any submissions received or any further revisions required to the strategy. 5, that the division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Understand you have a motion.
I do, Mr Mayor. Sharon does have it. I will be keeping point 1, point 2 changes to point 3, which will have a minimum period of 56 days. I would like to make point 6 of my amendment be, part 4. I've just got it changed differently here, sorry, Sharon. And then part 5 is where it is. So the reason I've put this forward, this motion is that the housing strategy changed significantly during the exhibition. Oh, I haven't got a second up.
You got a second?
Not yet.
We're still trying to digest it, Councillor.
Change the time.
I'll support the extension of the time. If that's again changed.
Oh, it's a change, but I've explained why the change is.
56 days. Yeah, I'm happy. We've
So you're seconding it?
Yeah.
Right, Councillor Hayden.
So the reason I've put that up and mentioned 56 days is because the community, especially the community around O'Connell and also Burriga, the part of the O'Connell one that was quite significant was we were reading through this strategy and all of a sudden there's maps and there's greyed areas and there was absolutely nothing there for people to actually make any decisions with these submissions or how they're interpreting it. And then afterwards, there were significant changes made. And I know since that period, we've got all of the application, all of the submissions. We've got within the submissions, we've got DA applications from potential developers. And there's quite significant changes that are going through the employment land section as well. So there's a lot of farmers out there that have had impacts. They haven't had a chance to read the papers. They're not on the internet and they needed a set of papers to have a look at how this is going to impact their farming land. So now with the broad range of changes that are coming up, I only think it's fair that this minimum 56-day, 2-month notice is there. That's fair because the significant changes that are going to be coming through because of the submissions that have previously been made. I think having this large document, it's a massive document for anyone for members of the public to actually read and ingest what they're actually reading. So that's why I proposed the 56 days. Thank you. And the reasoning underneath that is under the part 5 as to the reasons why I've put that forward. Thank you.
Councillor Tremblay.
We heard a number of presentations tonight regarding this, and it's quite clear, especially around O'Connell, that we're getting a lot of feedback that they didn't quite understand some of the additional maps that were included. And I think we really truly need to give them that time to digest it. We're never going to make everyone happy, but we will be seen to have at least given everyone the time to make comments on what's happening. And from then we can move forward. So I don't think 56 days is a big stretch. It's probably not ideal, but it gives comfort to the community that they can make a detailed submission, be read and written and considered.
Councillor, yes, Councillor O'Connor.
Mr Mayor, through you, I might ask Damien, Anita's presentation, she raised the issue that she recommended that point 2 be removed. What are the risks of leaving point 2 in if you're a property owner? Is there any risks associated or downside for property owners at the moment by leaving point 2 in?
Through the chair, they're only draft strategies at this stage, Councillor O'Connor, so it's putting the draft strategies back on exhibition. So it's not endorsing, council's not endorsing any strategy at this stage. You're putting the draft strategies back on exhibition for the community to have another look at. And again, as Councillor Hayden has suggested, further time. So
Thank you.
If I could through, so the people who've already put submissions in, they then have to resubmit for their submission's already taken, are they?
correct. And if you'd like to, we could pass on to our consultant, Mr. Merrick, if you wish to further expand on that. But I concur that all the submissions and any further submissions will again be collated into the submissions report, and that will come back to council in at a future council
So
meeting.
people don't have to submit again.
That's correct.
Right.
And the anticipated date was through the chair, so was the July meeting, but as per
Yes.
potentially extension of time, that may push that out further. Thank you.
If I may, Mr Mayor, I forgot to add, the timing of the workshop for our council. Where do we fit the workshop in?
Well, the question is, as this is a matter that comes before council, we may not be able to have a workshop.
Oh, true.
So remember also to the chair, the workshop doesn't preclude council from seeking the views of the council.
Yeah.
But the debate will occur in open, in a transparent way.
Yes. Quite right. Any other discussion on this motion, which is on the screen? If not, right of reply, councillor?
No.
No. Right, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We move back to 8.4, which is the wind farm risk assessment notice of motion. The motion is Oberon Council undertake a preliminary investigation. The General Manager provided a preliminary report to Council regarding future potential risks should the Pines Wind Farm be developed with specific reference to the following. If I could, Councillor O'Connor, I might number those instead of have them as bullets in case someone's trying to refer to them.
Yep.
And 1, responsibilities of Oberon Council to protect the value of land through planning controls. 2, responsibilities of Oberon Council to investigate a public nuisance complaint or order a person responsible for public nuisance to abate it. 3, responsibility of council to commission scenic assessments. 4, responsibility of council to manage local traffic. 5, exposure of Oberon Council should ratepayer suffer property diminution due to inappropriate wind farm development affecting land values and land use amenity expectations. That's your motion, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second.
Councillor Lee, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I might give some explanation here, and I might just not stick to the script that's in front of you, don't I? So, as you might know or may not know, I'm a farmer in the area. My claim to fame is that I think I was the first approached for a wind farm and recently been approached to have a solar farm. In both instances, I go to my neighbour and say, how come I'm the first? And he says to me, because I'm the weak link. And I think, well, geez, that's a bit tough. But looking at the contracts, what happens is that in both instances, the contracts are such that they offer you $5,000 with a fairly vague set of circumstances, and the unsuspecting, the vulnerable, they sign. Now, with signing those documents, what then happens is that after about 5 years, like with the solar farm, they were going to offer me $5,000 up front with an amount down the track, which was very insignificant compared to market value. But people do sign, unfortunately. The trouble with that, after 5 years, when things start happening, people look at it and go, this isn't what I expected. They go to their lawyer. The lawyer says, well, you need to take action. So that then comes down to the points under general. Some 3 years ago, a local solicitor offered a warning. Due to the nature and methods used by current wind farm developers, there would be significant future risks to council involving potential litigation. At the time, I simply assumed wind farm developer was in breach. A landowner would simply take action against the developer. To me, a legal action against a council as a result of a wind farm development seems incongruous, as any such action should be against the developer. Further, as we have heard many times during the last 3 years, the Tag Pines Wind Farm is a state significant development, and Oberon has no role or say in the project. However, and I guess the background to that is we have a development control plan. It's not in play. I'm not saying it's in play, but it was designed, and the rules in that development control plan protect our council. So if a development goes ahead, you read it, and in terms of setback, as in terms of position, as in terms of the number of towers. So the potential for a landowner to say, I'm suffering a nuisance and I'm going to sue someone, it's not there. But the way these current wind farm developments are, the way they're positioned, is that that's what's happening. So there's the recent, however, the recent High Court ruling, the cases mentioned that I'll go on to, it says above, and many others currently in dispute, together with the Local Government Act itself, would indicate there appears significant risks on the horizon for councils. Therefore, an understanding and assessment of these risks is now required. There have been 3 recent community meetings, the last being Portland, and that's what I attended, and that's where I got the information from, which I then researched. The Pines Wind Farm is the largest plant in Australia, located in our Oberon LGA. Accordingly, a preliminary investigation of these risks with a report back to council is recommended. Now I'll go back to the reasons now. The litigation regarding, and this is all on public record so you can find it, litigation regarding public nuisance has significantly increased in recent years. There's the Hunt Leather case. I won't go into that, but it's about nuisance. Then in Victoria, councils have been requested to abate noise nuisance with wind turbines, including the Bald Hill Winds Farm case. And that's a sort of a benchmark through the world. I mean, you just have to Google it, and they quote it throughout the world. Supreme Court Tristan Glenelg Shire, the Moyne Shire Council, investigation of noise and shadow flicker impacts on ratepayers pursuant to provisions of the Public Health and Wellbeing Act. And Corangamite, investigations of noise impacts and ratepayers pursuant to the provisions of the Public Health and Wellbeing Act. Councils above were required to incur expensive investigations and payments to lawyers. Section 125 of our Local Government Act 1993, abatement of public nuisance. A council may abate a public nuisance or order a person responsible for a public nuisance to abate it. Abatement means the summary removal and remedy of the nuisance, the physical removal or suppression of nuisance by an injured party without having recourse to legal proceedings. And nuisance consists of interference with the enjoyment of public or private rights in a variety of ways. A nuisance is a public, if not material, if it materially affects the reasonable comfort and convenience of sufficient class of people to constitute the public or a section of the public. For example, any wrongful or negligent act or omission in a public road that interferes with the full, safe, convenient use of the public of their right and passage is a public nuisance. So just in summary, because it's very hard to get your head around, and I must admit, I struggle with this, that councils are now involved in estate significant projects. But what basically happens is, say for the wind farms that are developed, the property owners have a nuisance, whether it's land prices falling, whether it's flicker, whether it's noise, where they can't sleep, as in Bald Hills. They then go to the solicitor, and the solicitor says, well, you've got a problem here. They investigate it, and then they say, well, you can go to council because it's the council's responsibility to see that that nuisance is abated. So council hasn't had any role in this. Like, it's state significant, but because the landowner has a nuisance and has a detriment, it kicks in. And then obviously it's the easiest target for a lawyer. So all I'm saying here is it may take 6 months, it may take 12 months for our council to investigate, but it's very, very important that we investigate early. And the reason being, there's this case in Crookwell now at the moment. They're popping up everywhere. And if we don't get on the front foot and understand our risks, it could have a detriment down the track. I'm not saying we should spend any great amounts of money, but we certainly should understand what the risks are. Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor O'Connor. We've just got to, as council, we've got to keep a strong eye on this situation.
Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'll be speaking against this motion. I also want to refer to the General Manager's note. With that presentation that we were just given from Councillor O'Connor, there's going to be a significant amount of costs and a significant amount of specialists that's going to be required to do anything like that. And the motion itself concerns me because it's asking council to investigate a range of hypotheticals relating to a project that's not yet been approved and may not proceed in its current form. It's also important to recognise that projects of this nature are state significant development, which Councillor O'Connor did actually raise, where council's role is limited. And the motion appears to focus on a specific type of development. And I think we need to be cautious about selectively investigating one sector when similar considerations could apply across a range of developments. And while I understand the intent is to be informed, I'm not convinced that this is the most appropriate or necessary use of council resources at this stage, particularly when the matters raised are largely speculative and outside council's direct control. At this stage, it feels premature and outside the scope of council, particularly when it would involve committing resources to that hypothetical risk. And given our current financial position, we must ensure our focus remains on delivering the core services and addressing real and immediate priorities for the community. Thank you.
You will get a right reply, Councillor O'Connor. If I could, I would, but I'll make a couple of observations. I would have thought that part of the reason that neighbour payments have been introduced by a number of these wind farm projects is to preclude nuisance claims. And yes, I agree that those nuisance claims may be against the developers themselves, not the council, but anyone outside those neighbour payments may seek to bring an action if that was the case. I note that there's a comment, councils were required to incur expensive investigations and payments to lawyers and experts. I will ask you, Councillor O'Connor, and just keep it on the subject, please. Were they required to do anything else? Were they required to undertake to demand rectification works by the renewables projects, etc.? Or were they just required to incur the investigation costs payments to lawyers and experts.
And so I'll make it a reply to that. Over those number of cases, they're fairly similar. So what happens is through the solicitor, the property owners say to the council, I have a significant nuisance, right? Being sort of like Bald Hills. And the council, sometime in 2 or 3 of those cases, the council said, we don't believe it. And then the solicitor then said, well, we'll go to court. And then then both parties had to get investigations. And then it was found in each of those cases that there was a nuisance that was answerable and measurable, et cetera, et cetera. And then the council then had to submit and say, well, we'll mitigate that nuisance, and that's what happened in Bald Hills. See, you're correct in that it only happens when the property owner goes to the council with that complaint. On 1 or 2 of those cases, the council said, yes, we agree. They still had to go and do investigations to agree. And they're very, very expensive, hundreds, 200s of thousands, plus legals, etc. So if they say no, it's very, very expensive. Even if they say yes, it's expensive. So it's, and most of these councils like ours, we can't afford it.
So, General Manager, obviously there are other councils, Midwestern Council, Armidale Council, Dartmouth Council, to name a few, who've got large renewable projects that are stake significant within their the remit or within their ambit that have, obviously these types of issues would, they would be aware of, and may be made aware of, and may have done some investigations in this field before. Do we know know if they have? I can't recall anyone say they have specifically on this issue in those councils, but
No, through the chair, it hasn't been made as a priority because I think they're only new. I really think that. What the issue that I found a little bit concerning is how potentially people who are prosecuting take the easiest source of act or process in order to do that. And it's the rationale behind my comments around seeking advice is that what risk would council be under another act where a development's approved under a certain set of provisions, or whether that act would prevail and those sort of things. And that's why I said that it'd be prudent to seek advice. I didn't say it was prudent. I didn't expect it to be hugely expensive, but it was worth the question. I note, Mr. Mayor, that what you've said, I would think that would form part of any research or undertaking that staff would do should this get supported in that space to try and see if others are seeing that type of litigation, prosecution, investigation, or cost to council.
the other issue is to seek an indemnity from the wind farms should any such action arise.
You know, have a right of
No.
Just September.
Look, Oberon's been very on the, ahead with all of our conversations, be it with GPG or now with TAG, sort of like we've had them in the room, we ask lots of questions. However, we also part of a joint association in the country mayors.
Yeah.
If this is going to be a little, a burden on us, and financially, we know that we don't have buckets of money. Is this something that we can push up? And because you've got those councils on it and that they support an investigation and to share some of the costs. Some of the contribution that we make to these associations, we need to get something back from it, and sitting around just having a chat is great, but some really significant outcomes that would actually provide the same to all the councils within those organisations.
Well, I've got here a note, approach JO and CMA.
There you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tucker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Hayden, and I'm also speaking against the motion. There's been a couple of mentions this evening on previous items about impact on workload and staff time. Well, this is potentially the biggest, or bigger than all of the others put together. There's potentially huge amounts of work in investigating and reporting back on all of those things. And that's in a situation where at this stage, we don't even know if the project is going to go ahead. And even if it does, we don't know the details of it. So I agree with the word that Councillor Hayden used about it being premature. I think it's grossly premature. I think it could be considered at a later date, but to commit ourselves to those sort of detailed investigations at this stage, I just don't think that's the appropriate course of action. I wouldn't be opposed to, as Councillor Trembath was just saying, to see if others have already done investigations of that type. But that would be the limit of what I think we should be doing at the moment. Thank you. That was all.
If I could, I would like to propose an amendment that Oberon Council approach the Joint Organisation and the Country Mayors Association to ascertain whether any investigation on points 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 has been undertaken, and if not, then propose to those organisations that they might obtain advice in that regard. Have a seconder?
I'd second that.
Oberon Council approached the Central West Joint Organisation and the Country Mayors Association to see if any advice has been obtained in relation to the following, which is points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Councillor O'Connor has put forward. And then go back to the program. If no advice has been obtained, then request that the joint organisation or the Country Mayors Association might consider undertaking such an investigation on behalf of their members. You all right, seconder? You happy with that? Yes, well, you can speak because it's in
That's me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for that amendment. Very prudent. Couple of points. Look, this is a very difficult motion for me. I mean, I would never have thought this would have happened. In terms of premature, well, I wish I was premature, but the fact is this is happening right now. There's actually a case that wasn't mentioned here where 5 property owners are doing the exact thing before it's been built. Okay? So they're approaching the council and saying, oh, this is not in our area, this is in another area. And that's where we're going now, right? That it's sort of like once you get 5 or 6 successful cases, other people jump on. So Upper Lachlan has a case now. Okay? All I'm trying to do here is elude our council that we have a risk ahead. We've got the biggest project. I've just also had a solar farm approach me. There's stuff happening, and it would be nice to be on the front foot because it might also assist our future decision making when we're having negotiations with them.
Councillor Hayden, you had your hand up.
No, I didn't. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. Earlier, yes, Mr. Mayor. I will be speaking against your amendment as well. I think considering yourself or our deputy mayor is quite often at joint organisation meetings or country mayors, that you could just bring the issue up. You know, that's it. You don't need a motion to do that.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll certainly support the amendment. I think that's a really good way for us to go about it. It's important information that we need to know. And if we can get some assistance in that investigation, that would be excellent.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also support your amendment. Thank you for moving that. My only suggestion is, would it be worth adding one extra to the list, as well as the JO and the country mayors. How about LG New South Wales as well?
Yes, I don't have a problem with that. You support that second? Sorry, second, yes. Right, I put the, any further discussion? Oh, councillor McCarthy.
With, just the statements there that council won't have a role in it. We do have a role in it. We put a, what do you call it, together, what's the one on, Black Springs?
Anonymous.
No, we set a standard. They've got to be things away from the house, and we were one of the first ones in the state to do it. So we do have a role in it. What's that? And the other thing is, I thought I seen a note the other day congratulating the people of Oberon because none of them are signed. So if you don't sign up, you don't get the wind farms. So, and,
No, I've got to make a comment on that. I've got to make a comment on that.
anyway, like Councillor O'Connor said, he'd been approached for a solar farm. He's not the only one. I've been approached and I put the information back to the general manager. So these people are out there all the time, but whether they've got any money behind them, I don't know. But yeah, it's out there, and it's only cheap for them to lodge a DA for them, and they don't finance it later on. They call for people to offset it. It might even be people in Australia that get the benefit of it.
So I'm confused. Are you in support of the amendment or
I'm
not?
in support of your amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry,
It's I'm just commenting on the thing, but yeah, I don't
So,
support it much.
in right to reply, I'll just make one comment. Obviously the GPG down is active, so that's a project that is active in the DA stage. Porters Retreat, so yes, above the Abercrombie. So I'll put the amendment. All in favour? All councillors except councillor Hayden. Councillor Hayden again. The amendment becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion. So all councillors except councillor Hayden. Yep. Look, I will consider, I think we should consider bringing 9.4 forward. As we've had two patient people in the gallery, which is the Black Springs Hall, section 355. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Graham.
What page on the big papers, please?
9-6.
Thanks.
I've only got the small ones. 9.4.
884.
885.
885. Thank you.
I've had a seconder? Yes. And I think I did. And I'll put the motion, bring 9.4 forward. All in favour? Unanimously, bring 9.4 forward. Thank you. 9.4 Black Springs Hall, section 355 committee. Recommendations, council dissolve the Black Springs Community Hall, section 355 management committee in accordance with council section 355 charter. To endorse a revised governance approach whereby council continues to manage the Black Springs Community Hall in partnership with the Black Springs Community Association through existing engagement arrangements. 3, note the memorandum of understanding of the Black Springs Community Association is already endorsed and will continue to guide community engagement and support activity. 4, note that council will continue to manage the hall as the appointed Crown Land Manager in accordance with the adopted community land plan of management. Do I have a motion, please? Yes, councillor Hayden. As per the recommendation. Seconder, please. Councillor Graham. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and those in the gallery, I support the recommendation. I also support the continued use and activation of the Black Springs Hall, and I acknowledge the important role that community groups play. I do have some concerns around the governance and control. It is a council asset on Crown land, and council remains the land manager with ongoing responsibilities. Any arrangement that effectively shifts control to a community group must ensure responsibility, compliance and accountability are clearly understood and accepted. I understand that the MOU is in place and I accept that, and I am happy as this is presented. All we can do is see how this goes moving forward. I accept that the, being chair of the Community Hall 355 will be, cease to exist. But I did want to, maintain that if issues do arise with the arrangement in future, council, should retain the ability, which I'm sure they have at any point, to re-establish the Section 355 committee or another formal governance structure to ensure oversight and accountability. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Sorry, councillor Graham.
Support the recommendation if it's written.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Oh, councillor Trimble.
Yeah, I fully support this going forward as in this new form. It's worked before and clearly it will work going forward because of the people who are involved and truly do a lot of work in the community in Black Springs, especially Michelle and her daughter. But I think that which is being the big elephant in the room is why do we have mass resignations from this committee? Because I get asked it all the time.
Okay. No further comment. I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, members of the gallery.
What was
You might most welcome to stay. We go, most welcome to stay if you'd like to, but we're going back to 8.5, untracked location.
Just a second, Mr. Mayor, just backwards and forwards in business.
Item 6.
Yeah, thanks, Clyde. I really appreciate that, mate. Thanks, Lord.
Okay, the motion is council at 1, endorsing principal location of a pump track at the Oberon Sports Complex, 31 O'Connell Road, Oberon, with the northeastern area of the site as the preferred location for further investigation. 2, request staff to investigate and report to council within 6 months on concept design options, including comparable examples from other local government areas, together with preliminary layouts and indicative costings for the proposed pump track. 3, request staff to identify, pursue and where appropriate apply for relevant grant funds opportunities to support the project in accordance with resolution number 7, the 16th December 2025, part 3. Councillor Leveris. And a seconder, Councillor Hayden. Councillor Leveris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this motion just simply builds on resolution 7, part 3 in the December council meeting, which was supported unanimously by this council. And at that time, we agreed to investigate the design, location and costing of a pump track and pursue grant funding. What this motion does is provide the practical clarity needed to give effect to that decision, particularly identifying a preferred location so staff can properly progress the work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to second the motion. It's sensible and the necessary step to progress something council already resolved to investigate. The motion is going to provide clarity around an area and endorse that area. Without a defined location, we simply can't move forward with the design, costing, or even meaningful grant applications. And this gives staff a clear direction and allows work to actually begin. And importantly, this project responds to a gap we've heard about, particularly for older youth, which you've seen tonight with youth turning up at our council meeting, which is good, and I'd like to see more of it. Much of our current recreational infrastructure caters to younger children for passive use, and this provides an opportunity for more active, skill-based facility that encourages participation and engagement. It would even allow an opening for competitive use. As I'm not sure whether people are aware, there are zone pump track competitions, state pump track competitions. So this would be a great opportunity. And yeah, I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Councillor Trimble, yes.
Oh, sorry. Look, I know we did endorse the pump track and heard the children tonight, and I think it's great, just like we got a skate park once upon a time, because the youth came in and talked to us about what they wanted and not what we thought they needed. But I just consider it insufficiently developed because it's endorsing a preferred location principle before council has received any concept design, site analysis, costing, or assessment of feasibility. So in my view, the sequencing is premature, and we should be actually definitely identifying an area within Oberon Sports Complex and putting that on the master plan. I'm not
Okay.
finished yet.
Oh, sorry.
And secondly, the motion requires staff to undertake significant investigative and grant seeking work without any clear indication that council has the capacity or resources to support that work. So I do not support directing staff take on additional projects where resource availability priorities or budget implications have not been clearly identified. And I will, through the chair, ask the corporate director shortly for his thoughts on that. But concept design, comparable costs, preliminary layouts, indicative costings for the proposed pump track. Where is this funding coming from? We would actually have to employ someone to do that work. So, and I think the Sports Facility Committee should provide more detail on this and the master plan be updated, because as we did with the Hockey Association, they worked very closely with us over the years, had lots of input into what was required. It wasn't left to council. They brought in expertise from the Hockey Association of Australia to provide the input into all the detail that we can't possibly provide as a council. That's not our expertise. So through the Corporate Services Director, I'd like to know if this motion was to, as in all three parts of it is, what would you have to do to progress concept designs, comparative costs? Because it's not just a 5-minute, I'd like a pump track to the grants authority, because that's not going to fly. We need to have it on the master plan. So we just.
Well, Councillor Kumar, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was going to propose an amendment. I absolutely agree with the concept. What I'm not absolutely certain is, and I think I did have a look, is the location's got some advantages, but there's also a bank going down into our playing fields and other things that are a bit of a worry. It's also very close to a major transport route with Albion Street there. I was going to suggest that the amendment would be something like that the IPNR include an allocation of money, the IPNR for 2026-27 include an allocation of money for the identification of a location and a preliminary design of a pump track, making it very simple. So the allocation of money, we will require to undertake some investigation, obviously, to understand how much it's going to cost to do the design and to identify the location. So, yeah. So do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Graham? I think I've explained it, yes.
Yeah, I'm on the Sports Facility Committee and we're very supportive of this. But looking at this this motion, I'm just confused somewhat that, and possibly the previous successful motion, that we've got the Oberon Sports Facility Committee. I would have thought that they would do the costings, they would do the legwork, you know, like they would source 5 or 6 or 8 people like-minded who, like Tony, we want this project to get up, and they do the legwork rather than just say, we've got an idea, throw it into council and say, you do the work. Like it's sort of like, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. We've got a committee that should be doing some work before we get to this stage, coming to us with a sort of a package, you know, and then some alternatives, not just one. I just think we need to put a bit more work into this. And I know that I'm pretty confident. I mean, I'll give you assistance. I'm sure there's other people on there that'll give you assistance. But I think that we've jumped ahead too far, too quick. And I think we need to go back, get the Sports Facilities Committee to do up the reporting, not dump it on our council, and come up with some options, because it will fly, but I don't think it's going to fly under this motion. Thank you.
So there is an amendment. We're talking about the amendment, Councillor O'Connell.
I haven't been decided.
Yeah, sorry, seconder. Apologies.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
Like you're saying, fund.
The seconder hasn't spoken.
Seconder needs to speak first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the original one. I'd support the amendment because I think we need to look in more detail as to where it should be. Councillor Leveris just said, well, we'll put it there. And I think that probably needs a bit more investigation before we say, yes, that's a good spot. To me, that sort of seemed a bit in a hurry. And I'm sure that the Sports Facilities Committee will have people who will want to go into more detail about it.
Councillor Hayden?
Yeah, that motion, like, I think it needs a little bit more than an allocation of money. Conversations with Corporate Services Director, conversations with people moving forward in the last, I think it's been the last 3 meetings since the Sports Facility Committee's motion stating that they will actively seek grant funding for a pump track. I mean, that's a motion that I thought you're actively seeking grant funding for a pump track, but you don't have a location to put the pump track. This motion tonight prior to the amendment was about endorsing an area of land. And I think the conversation could have been had by all councillors. It's been a conversation that's been on talking about the last 7 months, probably a little bit longer, being approached by children that are wanting this project, and the people that wanted it, they're the ones that thought that the sports complex would be the best. So instead of just sitting back and going, oh, well, we'll just leave it sit there in the ether while no one's being proactive or anyone else is coming forward with an idea, this is just being a bit progressive and saying, let's endorse this area, then have a discussion about what we can do going forward. Wasn't committing to anything, was endorsing in principle. Prior to the amendment here is allocating money, and I notice other councillors earlier don't want reports, but then move motions that want reports, and they don't want reports, and then they don't want to spend money, but now we're allocating money. And sometimes that gets me deeply frazzled a little bit, because it's like, okay, so you're going to allocate money to do something, but the most important thing is we need to endorse some land. We can't have this working group meeting or any meeting to just say, hey, let's discuss where we're going to have this, or have a meeting that we bring these people in and discuss that. Sports Facilities Committee is for the sporting groups that are talking about the facilities that they're using. It's going to be in all of the council discussion as it is. So I'm just putting it out there that we were trying to be progressive as councillors to endorse something moving forward so that there could be grant applications, or they could look further into how concepts would move forward and what would be required. At the moment, now we're going to have a motion sitting here in this ether, and this one's going to go in the drawer above that with an allocation of money. So, you know, we need something strengthening it to say what's going to happen, because that, to me, so we're going to allocate money to identify a suitable location. Makes no sense, sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Councillor Hayden, and that was the point I was going to make, is that I would suggest that there's another point here that in your motion, in this one, is that couple that with that the Oberon Sports Facility Committee come back with estimated costing, design, concept, do a bit of the legwork, so that then we can look at where, you know, the size of this track and where the appropriate spot might be. I just think someone's got to do some legwork. I know Tony's done great here, but I think we just need a little bit more detail if we're going to allocate some funding in terms of where it's going. Thank you.
And I'll speak in a second. I don't have a problem with saying that, as long as it's done in conjunction with council, so all legislative safety issues are properly addressed and where the location is. And potential dangers, because I think the council, work health and safety and et cetera, needs to be looked at as to the location as much as anything. Second, are you happy with that? As long as I've said in conjunction with council.
Yeah, yes.
Um,
I haven't supposed to.
yes, we're talking amendment.
Look, hang on.
Councillor
What if I want an amendment?
Hang on. You have only one thing there and you've just added a second point, Mr. Mayor. I think the first thing you need to do is articulate what that second point is in the motion,
Right.
in the amendment. That would be the.
The Oberon, I think you asked for, councillor O'Connor, what was it? The Oberon Sports Facilities Committee, in conjunction with council, seek to identify appropriate locations
And costings and design.
and costings. I don't think the Oberon Sports Facilities Committee can probably do the design.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have to get someone who's expert in that area. Okay. Judgment Council, identify potential locations, because there may be more than one, and the preliminary, whoever does the preliminary design will have to confirm.
So just, Mr. Mayor, this is
Yep.
getting confusing. The IPNR identified, you're just adding a dot point to
Yes.
the
Yeah.
point one, sorry, thank you. So you're on your amendment
Yeah,
and your amendment still
Yes.
has that you defer this to IPNR to
Yeah.
include an allocation of money, which will highlight what that money is in the
and the
draft
council
IPNR
seek to
document.
undertake investigation of the location and the costings for a preliminary design. And I would say seek to undertake investigation of the potential locations, because
There could be more than one.
could be more than one.
Can I ask a question? Did the IPNR include an allocation of money? How much? Sorry, this is just out of hand. This is really got out of hand. Councillor Leveris's initial motion could be simplified to: one, endorse in principle the location of pump track at Oberon Sports Ground with and he's identified the northeastern look at. Two, request the Sports Facilities Committee to investigate and report to council within 6 months on concept design, options include and forget the rest. We're doing stuff on
This is
fly.
this is the
I
mayor's.
know, but I'm sure, I'm a bit over this now. We're doing stuff on the fly and we've done it just tonight on something else and we sound like idiots. How much money are we going to allocate in the IPNR? We don't have money. We're meant to be back to basic budgeting.
Vote against it.
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there that we need to really discuss this.
Well,
Through the chair, the rationale about putting it in IPNR is to put it on, to give community the opportunity to see, put a value on that, on what that would be.
There's no value
Without-
there.
I know, so through IPNR, you put a value in that
I think
space.
Councillor Leveris's first motion was quite good in 1 and 2 with a slight amendment to include the Sports Facilities Committee to come back. And, you've got to get it on the master plan. It's got to be identified. How much land do we know? It's just crazy.
I personally, I'm not absolute, I agree with the pump track. Don't
Yes.
question. I'm just not absolutely certain that location is the right location.
I don't think so either, but give them the opportunity to analyse it. Yes, I know, but we've moved off of Councillor Leveris.
Councillor Tucker?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my concern with this amendment, same as Councillor Trembath, is deciding now to allocate money when in a couple of weeks' time, when we have our first IPNR extraordinary meeting, I reckon we're going to be looking for every last little dollar we can save to try to get our deficit down as low as possible. So I think we shouldn't be committing ourselves to providing money at this stage. So, yeah, I cannot support this amendment.
Councillor McCarthy?
Yeah, I support Councillor Leveris's original proposal. With Councillor Leveris's 1 and 2, it doesn't stop us from gaining community support from an excavator operator and all the rest of it. We do it ourselves if we got a design. And we've done that in the past for the last BMX tracks and things like that. If you want to have a SMIC thing, you mightn't get it. But we're only a small community, but I think out there, somewhere along the line, we can get some of the people to show the support of their machinery and build some sort of pump track. I like the location up there. I can't see what you have a problem with it, Mr. Mayor. It's got a fence across it between Alvin Street. So that's what fences are for, to keep kids separated from the roads. So I support the original motion, I'm sorry.
I support your motion in as much that rather than limit ourselves to that one location that may well turn out to, because I'm not an expert, I mean, that it may well turn out to be not the right location. So rather than limit ourselves to that, I think what the mayor's trying to do is say, let's stand back and see if there's a better one, if that's appropriate. If we're sitting here in the chair tonight, I can't tell that. And
Councillor Evans.
Look, all I was asking for in my original motion was make it preferred location. Then we can look at other options as well, which is like we're trying to split atoms here, which is incredible. But in terms of if we need to find out data on these pump tracks, we can just approach other LGAs if they're down this path, have gone through the processes, and we can draw upon all that info that we need, because they're all similar with nuanced tweaks to it. So it's not anything that's very very difficult to understand.
Councillor.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm speaking to your amendment a second time because other councillors have spoken extra times. I certainly won't be supporting the amendment, and I just find that first point of the allocation of money is not necessary. The original motion was all about endorsing so that staff could continue further. Thank you.
Right. I don't need a right reply. I'll put the amendment. All in favour of the amendment? Gibbon, Graham and O'Connor. All other councillors against. The amendment fails. We go back to the original motion. Yes, councillor Tremblay.
Can I make an amendment?
Yes.
And it's really just, it's not changing it greatly, which is what I said. One, endorse in principle the location of the pump track within the northeastern area of the site as the preferred location for further investigation. Request the Sports Facilities Committee to investigate and report to council within 6 months on concept design options, including comparable examples from others. So it's point 2, and leave point 3 out at this point. And as Councillor Levis has indicated, it's not that hard to do to go to other LGAs and get some design and costing concepts. So why push it back onto our council to do all this work when we have a sports facilities committee and some very active people who are very keen on this, and young people as well, and come back and we consider it then. We shouldn't be taking money that we don't have, as your amendment indicated. So I'm quite happy to endorse it, Councillor Levis, if it's just 1 and 2 and that minor change, and not request staff to identify at this point.
I can't second another, can I?
Do we have a seconder? Councillor O'Connor, yes.
thanks, Mr Mayor. No, look, thanks, councillor Tremblay, for those refinements, because I think that works very well. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
I'd just like to add to that amendment, request staff. I understand, it's how I understand it, change the motion to request the staff plus sports committee and plus community.
You can't amend my amendment.
Whatever. Can I add?
You can,
Community to it?
you can ask the mover and the seconder if they'll agree to the change. So what is the change? I'm a bit confused.
I just want to add community to that.
Well, I think the Sports Facilities Committee will be getting the community's opinion.
Yeah, okay.
So I wouldn't agree to the change because I think it's quite clear. And it's not blocking it at all.
No.
We need to identify land and we need to get those comparable costs, which we can easily get, and not push the work back onto staff. They just don't have the resources for this.
Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, I support those changes. because this was all in the beginning around endorsing. The Sports Facility Committee to investigate and report the council. I mean, yeah, it's going to be hard for the Sports Facility Committee to do all that because they're different people in different roles for different sports. But the point 3, if I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Trember, that was just backing up the original resolution from the Sports Facilities Committee. So it was just supporting what was already in play. So just for clarification.
Just to answer that, that point, if you don't have any identified land and a plan, grant funding really can't be applied for. You need to at least have covered point 1 and 2. So that's the only reason that I've said take it out. But if you come back, you at least are providing them with a lot more detail and a really good fleshed out grant application, because we've done that.
Well, you could say in 3, if you were to put in subject to the findings in point 1 and 2.
Thank you.
Yes, star. If you want that in. Councillor Hayden, you happy with it?
No, I'm just happy with it as it is. Let's just move on because we've been on it.
I thought you wanted 3.
No, I was just
Explaining
doing
the way
some
the 3 go.
clarification as to why it was there, because the whole motion at the end of the day was around.
Okay, right, we've got it. I was trying to assist, but obviously I wasn't.
No, let's move on.
Okay. Try to reply.
No, I think I've spoken enough.
So I put the amendment as is on the screen. All in favour? Councillor Tucker, you're against?
I'm not supporting the amendment.
Right. So all councillors in favour except Councillor Tucker. The amendment now becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? All councillors except Councillor Tucker. Thank you.
We voted on it.
Oh, you did vote for it?
Yeah, I was going to stick with the original motion, but since I no longer have that option, I'll support that new motion.
Okay, so carried unanimously. Go to 8.6, questions with notice, Oberon Sports Complex. The motion is that council note the questions and information provided through the general manager's comments. Councillor Hayden, your motion.
Well, yeah, yeah, can't talk to this.
You a seconder?
I'll see the discussion.
Councillor Leveris, Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, thank you. It kind of became very, very confusing. I sent through a list of questions on notice. Council has also got copies of those questions, and I kind of expected to see a page in the business paper with questions on notice, the list of questions and the list of answers underneath, but it's come through as a notice of motion. So be it. But I did want to say with the answer to the Sports Complex Working Party reporting back to council, the general manager's note there, I appreciate the level of response that was provided. However, I'm still not satisfied that it gives the council or the community the level of clarity that's needed in this matter. The process has been ongoing since October, and we are now being told it's imminent. Imminent is at any time, without any clear timeline, milestones or reporting framework. There's strong community interest in this, from sporting groups, leagues, club members and the broader public. And there's a growing level of frustration around the lack of visibility on progress. So what I'm seeing is not detail of negotiations, but clarity around process. So when council will be formally updated, what information will be available, and how we ensure transparency moving forward. I also note the broader discussion around working groups and governance, and if these structures are being limited or removed in some areas, then there needs to be consistency in how they operate and report back to council. So that's why I put the questions forward, and it is a matter of importance. And as a council, we should be doing better in how we communicate progress and accountability. Thank you.
Councillor Leveris.
Wrong there.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Doing better. We should be doing better. That's very good. It's for all of us to do better. I thank the General Manager for his very good note. Being a councillor on the Oberon Sports Club Working Party, I can assure you both the Mayor and the General Manager are putting in an extraordinary amount of time. We had a meeting today with the representative of the Leagues Club, very productive. And in fact, I'm not saying the first time, but it was a really good working arrangement. Given that it's confidential, sensitive nature, and that's what we all have to be aware of, all of us in council, that this is a confidential and sensitive matter, which, you know, it needs time to work through. And I'm very happy the way it's moving as being a member on that working party. Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else in relation to this? All I further with comment in relation to this, and it follows what Councillor O'Connell was saying, is that we have been working with the Leagues Club and we have been moving this thing along. I have been contacting the President to seek to resolve issues, and why we had a meeting today. Obviously, I'm not going into detail, but just to say it is moving along, and it is moving along, and the Leagues Club, certainly the senior management, appreciates what we're doing. So I don't support this this notice of motion. Okay, do you want to reply?
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor, I never put it in as a notice of motion. It's just a question and the General Manager answered it. That's it. It's neither significant or non-significant whether people support it or don't support it. It was questions to council, questions on notice. So it's not something I've moved forward as a notice of motion. It's just seeking answers. So thank you.
I'll ask the General Manager to comment in respect to that.
Procedurally, the only way councillors can ask questions with notice is through a notice of motion. It's quite clear in the code of meeting practice, so that's how they were responded to.
We're bound by the code of meeting practice. All right, I'll put the motion. All in favour? Councillor Hayden, all against? Councillor Tucker, you're against?
No, I was in favour.
Okay. So only Councillor Hayden. So you're in favour, so Councillor Tucker and Councillor Hayden in favour. All other councillors against. Right, we move to 8.7. Questions with notice, council committees and working parties. The motion is that council note the questions and the general manager's response. Councillor Hayden, your motion. Yeah. Have a seconder? Have a seconder? The motion lapses with no seconder. Oh, Councillor Tucker, sorry. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I appreciate the response. However, it doesn't address the key concern, which is consistency. You know, I'm sure councillors have read the questions that were submitted. We've been advised that certain working parties cannot continue under the model code, yet we can clearly see from the status report that other working groups and committees are still operating. You note earlier in the meeting, there was in the mayoral minute, a statement with council's questions to Office of Local Government. So raises a fundamental question, how are these decisions being applied? And on what basis? If working parties are being discontinued, that should be done transparently and importantly by a resolution of council, not simply through an administrative change. And I note I'm referring to a motion that I had in the previous year where it was deferred until after until the February meeting or until after the new model code came into play. And that motion never came back to council. That motion slid off the status report without any resolution from this council. And having reviewed the response in here, it highlights the inconsistency that I'm concerned about. The Waste Working Party's concluded, however, the Works Working Party's not being formally discontinued with a resolution from council. Instead, it's transitioned into a reporting framework back to council after the fact. Then at the same time, councillors have been advised that working parties cannot continue under the model code, yet some structures remain in place. In the status report, we have the communication committee in there that's still active. It hasn't been discontinued. We have the complex sports complex working party that's still going. So I'm not satisfied with the information that I do have. I do understand about 356 committees. We do have access to all of those. And the instances where resolutions have been removed and altered that I mentioned earlier. So what I'm seeking is clarity, a consistent approach. So if we can't have committees and working parties, that means across the board. It doesn't get to be nitpicked and one here can go and one there can't, and we can't have this, but we can have that. So it seems very selective. It's very difficult to reconcile why some are continuing and some have stopped. So that's just my comment on that. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Hayden, some of those comments you made, I didn't see those issues raised in your questions. Are you talking outside the question?
My question was the discontinuation of works and working parties. It's the whole thing. I've got
Works Working Party and Waste Working Party.
Yes.
That was the question. It wasn't about all other.
It was about other committees, Mr. Mayor.
Where?
That's what the question is about.
Confirm the Works Working
Register of committees and working parties, provide a list of current committees and working parties, including blah, 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 blah. Model code basis and consistency across the board. That's basically what the question was about. It's been raised. I've raised the question. I've had my comment on it. You asked me to move that. I've moved it. The answers are there from the general manager and they're not sufficient for me. So that's it. Thank you.
I think you mentioned the Communications Working Party. I wasn't aware.
It's in the status report in the back here.
So I wasn't aware that it had met since the new code of.
It's in the back of the status reports.
That's not the question.
That's all.
Councillor Tucker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, my only comment on this, and it sort of follows on from the previous one, 8.6 as well, is just about the process of asking questions to the GM through the notice of motion process. But that doesn't mean that there has to be a motion that council votes on. It is clear to me anyway that a councillor can ask a question, the GM provides a response, they go both the question and the response go in the business paper, and it doesn't need a vote. And in any case, pointing out that the only motion that has now been added in this case is that we note the questions and the response. There's no real decision to be made. It's simply noting. So I was surprised that council didn't just unanimously note the questions and the response previously, and that's the whole purpose of questions with notice. Thank you. That was all.
Any other discussion on this? You want to make a comment, General Manager?
Through the chair, it's very clear in the code of meeting practice that councillors can ask comments and it's dealt with under section 3.10, which is a notice of motion.
Yes, Councillor Collins.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarity, as Councillor Hayden keeps requiring, change is difficult. We've had new code of meeting practice. That's change, and I do like to thank the GM for his detailed note to 8.7. I mean, he's put a lot of time into answering these questions. But, thank you. It's very understandable, clear, and transparent. Thank you. I just want to make one other point. In terms of that one, the Working Party, the reports coming back now are fantastic. I mean, I just through you, Mr. Mayor, to our director. The report was fantastic the last time around, much better than I was getting through the Works Working Party. Thank you.
Costings and Gantt charts.
Yeah.
Progress.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, you want to write a reply, councillor Hayden?
No.
All right. I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, we move to reports for decision, 9.1, policy 3113. Thank you, Peter. Street furniture. Recommendations, council: 1, note the submissions received during the exhibition period of policy 3113 street furniture. 2, adopt the updated policy 3113 street furniture, including amendments responding to matters raised in the submissions as outlined in the report. 3, delegate the general manager to make any minor amendments if required. 4, publish the adopted policy on council's website. A motion, please, councillor O'Connor. Seconder, please, councillor Hayden. Thanks, councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the Director of Planning and Development. It's a terrific report. It's timely. It's you just have to walk down the street and see that something needs to be included. So really, I'm just supporting this motion. But the one question I have is, how do we plan to communicate with our shop owners should this be approved? For you, Mr.
Okay, well, maybe we just hold off on that until we have the councillor Hayden seconding.
Yes, I'm happy to second this. I acknowledge the number of issues raised in the submissions have been addressed. However, one of the key gaps I noticed was the required distance. So under the general portion there where it's been amended in red, that a continuous pedestrian path includes clear access to curb ramps and so on, I would have liked to have seen a measurable quantification of what that distance needs to be. So what the distance between the street furniture from to where, because you could say clear access for pedestrians, but it's not giving you a permissible width, wheelchair width, 1.5 metres, 1.6 metres, what's that going to be? Because at the end of the day, if someone happened to challenge and refer back to the policy and say, but it doesn't say that in your policy, it just says not obstruct pedestrians, and there you can see that's not obstructing a pedestrian because it's not giving you that clear categorised measurement, if you know where I'm coming from. The rest of it, I'm very happy with it, but that was the only thing that I picked up on as an issue.
Okay, I'll ask, I know councillor Connor's got a question of you as well. So if you could put that now, and if I ask the director to.
Oh, well, I guess the director is going to respond to councillor Hayden, but I thought it was 1.8 metres from the opening of the shop that they can have street furniture. So therefore that's the measure, that's the detail required.
Well, let's ask the director.
Through the chair, I felt there was, other than the 1.8 metre that Councillor O'Connor mentioned, I felt staff would do an assessment when an application came in based on what the applicant had submitted to council in terms of a drawing. It's similar to they provide outdoor furniture, that they provide the location against the wall, provide dimensions to the curb and gutter. Then we'd make an assessment on whether there's sufficient space to allow persons with wheelchairs to pass, and if there's sufficient space to then allow what they're proposing. It's unknown what people want to propose in terms of the street furniture until they apply, and we'd make an assessment in that regard.
So the only reason, and I'll just go on to clarify a little further, under the guidelines, I could see the guidelines within 1.8 metres. So if we were to say 1.8 metres at the front of the chemist, where would 1.8 metres take you? It would take you out into the garden bed. So 1.8 metres from the front boundary of the property was street furniture. So that's where I find it's a little, it doesn't fit real well. So you're saying that the street furniture, if you measure 1.8 metres out there, it just doesn't work in theory. I hear you, but if something ever happens, when it's the same as when you have a car license and you drive and you get a fine, you want to refer to that portion in whatever it is that you've done. And when it comes to the street furniture and the guidelines are there, but under general, it said it would be stated more under general. It says corner properties, blah, 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 street furniture, but it doesn't give a measurement. How much is the area that must be kept clear for pedestrians? So if you say a guide dog and a person, you say a wheelchair and possibly a walker or a carer with them, that needs to be a measurement that should be written into here so that it can be upheld.
I know,
That's all I'm thinking.
I know, I made the comment, Councillor Hoden, that both the Business Council of Australia and the Small Business Association have said that small businesses are not opening because there's too much regulation that they have to go through to do any activities. So if we make all these things too difficult for businesses, we're having enough trouble getting new businesses opening as it is.
I don't know.
I haven't made a comment to,
Excuse me, he's making a comment to me. I don't want him to make a comment to me.
You have a right to reply at the end.
Thank you.
Who else speaks?
Yes.
Councillor McCarthy. Oh,
No.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the director for that report and the changes. I think the changes have certainly improved what went out on public exhibition. My only question, and it's sort of related to the question that Councillor O'Connor asked as well about how we're going to publicise the new policy, and just as an extension of that is, are we going to genuinely enforce the policy? And the reason I ask is just looking at the intersection of Oberon Street and Ross Street. On one corner, there are 2 sandwich board signs and 3 flags in the garden, which I understand will not be permitted. And then over on the other corner, there's a couple more flags. And I certainly don't want to unduly restrict what people can do. I think it all adds a bit of colour and movement to the street. But on the other hand, I think what's there at the moment is a bit excessive and could be a distraction to motorists. So that's the question is, are we going to enforce it, or to what extent are we going to enforce it?
Through the chair, Director, the initial approach, Councillor Tucker, would be to write to the businesses and advise them that Council endorsed an updated policy. They'd have a certain period of time to come back to Council with their application to have street furniture. And that would be considered on its merits based on the policy. And they would then get an approval moving forward. I think the Act says between 5 and 7 years approval. And that would have the conditions similar to the guidelines going forward.
Any deviations on their submissions would come back to council for approval, or what would happen? If they're seeking a deviation from what's in the case.
Through the chair, I think it's similar to the DCP variation. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. General Manager. I think possibly would come back to council.
Or is it a council discretion? That's what.
Yeah, no, through the chair, it'd be in line with the policy, in line with the delegations from you provided. So I would suspect that it'd be coming back to council for those outside the remit of what the policy would outline.
Because whilst I appreciate what, issues such as Councillor Tucker's have raised, we don't want to dissuade people from having outside dining and all those sorts of things, which I think encourage tourism and flow of things.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, if we find as applications come in, there are more deviations, perhaps we'll bring back the policy for further review.
Yeah. Councillor Cranbar.
I just want to say thank you, because I did read the submissions and I did think it was overly bureaucratic in some of them, but you've balanced it up and it works well as it's written now. And we don't want to restrict our small business. They are hemorrhaging at the moment. And I don't think there's anything in the street that any of us have ever seen. And I don't want to take measure. I don't need to go and measure things for you because I don't know who would do it other than if someone says, I had difficulty getting past something. But of all the activity in the street that I've ever seen, it's always up against a wall. There's quite a free pathway through for everyone, very respectful. So thank you for balancing it and making it just.
Anyone else? Right reply.
Yes. Thanks,
Councillor
Councillor.
O'Connor.
Look, I think this policy is very measured. And it's really just identifying the few areas there that have just got out of kilter. And if you don't attend to them, what happens is competition, we're all competitive and we go that next step. So I think it's very measured, very good policy. Thank you.
I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Go to 9.2 textile recycling. The recommendation is that council offer free of charge textile recycling to residential customers in its Oberon waste facility for a trial period of 12 months starting as soon as practicable, and 2, receive a report after 12 months trial of textile recycling on success of the trial, including amount of textiles recycled, contractor performance and service cost to council, to consider continuance of textile recycling at the Oberon waste facility. Do I have a motion, please? Councillor Trembarth. Councillor Graham. Thank you. Councillor Trembarth.
I would like to say that I really like the concept that the tech director has put through. It really will work well with our community, and I know it's a big issue in our tip. And I have even admitted that I should put things like that in my bin as well, where I live. But I would like to see if we can involve the charity shops like Life Church and Vinnie's, because they receive the bulk of all of this. Even if you implement it, I don't think we're going to see a change in behaviour in our residents that they're going to make a trip out to the tip to drop off old clothing or bags and shoes and when they have a clean out. So if we could actually have a conversation, or that we can receive the bulk of the textiles from them, and that's received at the tip free of charge for them, because we do get them saying that it's a cost to them to do it. And they currently do all the sorting. So they have a very detailed process of sorting through what they receive. They sort what they can resell, they sort what they can't use, and they also sort for overseas donations for bags but there is definitely materials that no one wants, Kmart, Big W, all that sort of stuff is not even worth them having to. So I would like to probably slightly amend that, which I haven't got up here.
Would you like to add and registered charities after customers?
Yes, it's very simple, and Life Church and Vinnie's, the two that stand out to me, but if we just make it broader, registered charities, and we make them aware of that we have this in place for them.
Do you support that? Second. Sorry.
Just procedurally, can we make it registered local charities?
Oh,
registered
Rather than having any charity coming up with their stuff there?
Yes. But I think it's a fantastic idea that will have an impact in it too, if we can do this.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it will be a very successful trial, because old clothes are a problem everywhere. And I think most of the customers will be through the op shops.
Yeah.
But the community keeps asking for more recycling, so this is a good step forward.
Yes, Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, I'm gonna be that little dark one in the corner that's going to speak against this motion, and I do apologise to our tech services director because she has put a fair bit of work in here. But earlier we're talking about money, we're talking about how much things cost this council, and at the end of the day, this is another recycling initiative that's costing council. So I've got 4 questions here that I'll ask in a moment. My reason for this is it's going to cost us to have this taken away. a trial, a 12-month trial. I'd like to know what evidence has there been seen from the Oberon waste facility and transfer stations that textiles are a significant waste stream? That's one question. The second question is the $400 per tonne figure for the company taking this away based on a formal quote or just an indicative rate? What are any assumptions on cost charges with the new fuel issues? How exposed is that costing, again, basically around the fuel and the transport issues and changes given the reliance on shared collection runs? And why is this proposed free of charge from day one without testing the demand or the volumes? And what would be the expected tonnage coming out of Oberon to generate, to make the trial worthwhile?
Through the chair, on those 4 questions, as I mentioned in the workshop we had not long ago on budget, I did mention in there that I intended to introduce that, and that it's a small waste stream. Obviously, people don't have heaps of clothes that they throw out or bags or shoes, so it's a small stream, which does make a difference, as we have resolved in our waste strategy to undertake, and that's addressing 2 key areas, number 1 and 1 and 2, as outlined in the report. Second question, 400 tons, $400 per 1 ton is based on the costing given at the time from the contractor through Net Waste, which they've given at around 40 cents per kilo, which works out to be $400 a ton. So there's other councils currently using that, and they use it quite successfully and are quite happy with the service. How fuel is impacting that, we will enter the proposal to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the contractor or with Net Waste. That could escalate like everything else is escalating through fuel. That's not foreseeable. Shared collection runs similarly, so as outlined in the report, that depends if additional other councils in the area are entering into an agreement with the contractor to see how many runs are done per time. So if it's a milk run, can be done more frequent. If not, it's less frequent for our area. Estimated demand, I said up to $5,000, which is based on figures given by much larger councils, which said they pay about 10 grand a year because of the amount they have. So I don't expect we have that much, a maximum half that.
Thank you for those answers.
I'll just go to
Yeah, look, I think it's a very good concept. I have had discussions with one of the op shops, and they said to me, you know, the cost of disposing of clothing, and I've suggested that we have a request for the tip dockets. So not everyone in the town uses the tip dockets. We could have a request through Facebook for your tip vouchers and use the tip vouchers as compensation for the clothes.
But these are free.
They're free, and that's free, but if you use the tip vouchers, it wouldn't be free, would it? Because you're using the tip vouchers.
But then you'd have to put a charge on it, to which you put a tip voucher in to compensate for the charge. So if you've got waste vouchers, and say they're worth $10, and you get charged $10 at the tip for putting the thing, you put the waste vouchers in, which
well, I don't think it's that funny.
So I think I don't think you need to use the waste vouchers for that.
Or the other way is if the op shops, because of their large volumes of clothing, they could request those vouchers, and they wouldn't have to pay. They wouldn't have to pay. It is a free thing, but in the end of the day, you've got to pay $5,000 from somewhere. Maybe I'm not making any sense.
Clarify.
And we've added registered local charities to be able to do it free. We've added those words.
We did have discussions at the previous budget work on costing of recycling, which is currently a council cost
Yes.
for recyclables, for paper, for steel potentially that was discussed, even though, you know, it's a revenue stream for us. But the amount for recyclables and paper is more than 10 times of what the cost for the textile stream. Considering it's a fairly small stream, like people would have much more recyclable more frequently compared to textile.
Yeah, well, this discussion was a few months ago and it was before this came. And my suggestion was to use them because they were paying
Yes.
to get rid of their stuff.
Yeah.
So.
It goes in landfill currently, and we're trying to keep it out of landfill.
No, I'm all for that.
So
Great. Just a comment.
I'd make the comment that I fully support this. I note that it's currently we're budgeting 12 tonnes a year, $5,000. And that's obviously 12 tonnes that doesn't go into landfill. And when doing any costings, we've got any amount that goes into our landfill means that cell's being filled up more quickly than otherwise. So anything we can remove from landfill has a value in itself. So that has to be compensated against the $5,000, set off against the $5,000, which we're likely to pay for a year. I think it's a great initiative. I know comments about whether people use it. I can assure you on my background, there's a pile of linen, et cetera, at the moment that's ready to go as soon as this is introduced, if it's introduced. I'm not presupposing anything. Council members.
I agree. This is a low risk, high benefit proposal. So even if it helps reduce landfill just a little bit, it'll things in the end.
Councillor McCarthy.
I'm not against it. I'd like to see it go ahead, but I need a clarification with the general manager. I thought once it went over the weighbridge, it was classed as contaminated and couldn't be returned, because that's why we put and fenced off the dump area where we put the gravel and all that, so you can reuse it. So at anything that like your green waste and that can't be taken back out as mulch, because it's classed, once it goes over that point, it's classed as contaminated.
It'll be through the chair. This would be undertaken in the same way as we do with the recyclables.
Okay.
Batteries.
Yeah, but it goes to a specific person. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm not against it, but
Right. Final reply, councillor Tremor.
No, I don't have any
Okay.
comment.
I put the motion. All in favour with those changes and registered local charities. Passed unanimously. Goodbye.
No, I'm
I'm
voting.
sorry, councillor Hayden's against. We've done 9.3, 4 we've done. We go to 9.5, policy 2120, plant, vehicle and equipment replacement policy. The recommendation is that council, 1, place the revised plant, vehicle and equipment replacement policy, formerly the fleet replacement policy 2120, a public exhibition for a period of 28 days and invite submissions during that period. 2, if no submissions are received within the exhibition period, the policy will be adopted as presented. 3, delegate to the general manager the authority to make any minor editorial changes as required. Of a motion, councillor Hayden, seconder please. Councillor O'Connor, councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to move the motion as is, just part of governance, and I'm sure there'll be some submissions in the end.
Councillor O'Connor.
No further comment, thank you.
Any other discussion on this matter? Not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 9.6, independent living units review. The recommendation is that council, 1, note the condition assessment of council's independent living units and the maintenance, renewal and accessibility priorities outlined in this report. 2, endorse the development of a structured 5-year maintenance and renewal program for the independent living units to be considered through council's integrated planning and reporting, IPNR framework and long-term financial plan. 3, note the current operating position of the independent living units and the forecast capital renewal shortfall over the medium term. 4, resolve that the current rental structures for the independent living units be reviewed as part of the upcoming IPR and budget process, including consideration of rental adjustments beyond CPI to support long-term sustainability while maintaining council's affordability objectives and providing appropriate notice of tenants. Do I have a motion, please? Councillor Trompeth. Trimbar, sorry. Have you given it to Sharon?
I have given it to her. Oh, was that an alternative?
It's an alternative.
Sorry,
Well, no, it is the motion because we haven't got a motion. Here's the motion.
So, the only change that I have made is in 4, resolve that the current rental structure of the council's independent living units be amended to include a $20 per week utilities charge increase. And I haven't put it in caption, should include CPI, effective for 1 July 2026, to be considered as part of the forthcoming IPNR and annual budget process. And further resolve that in the longer term, annual CPI-based rental adjustments, including utilities, be considered to support long-term financial sustainability while maintaining council's affordability objectives and ensuring appropriate notices provided to tenants. So hence the reason to make this decision tonight. And 5, explore a community housing partner model and bring a report back to council.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Okay, so when I looked through what we are planning to do with the refurbs that we need to do, and I looked at the photos, we should be ashamed at some of those units because they are almost beyond livable in some circumstances. We're like slum landlords if you took a very close look. So the proposed $20 increase is based on recovering the utilities that we currently absorb. And I believe the decision needs to be made this evening so that the fees and charges can be amended and tenants can be given appropriate and timely notice of the increase. It represents a 15.5% increase. However, rents would still remain below market levels. And as I've said, the concern is about the photos and, the real risk is that we may need to take units offline as they're vacated because of the state that they're in until we're able to do the refurbs that we're proposing. And if we don't make a decision now, long term, we'll have a block of untenanted units and no use to our vulnerable community that the independent living units were built for. Our finances have changed and we can no longer sustain as a council, and the reason I have also included a report back to council on a community housing partner. And a community housing partner would enable us to, it's not to make profit, it actually provides, they can get grants from the federal government for refurbishing that we cannot get as a council. You get a modest and predictable lease payment to council rather than reliance on fluctuating rental income. You get the removal of ongoing operating costs, including tenancy management, maintenance, compliance, insurance and staff exposure. Reduced future capital liability and balance sheet risk associated with ageing independent living unit assets, and access by, as I said, the community housing partner to state and federal housing capital funding that council cannot directly obtain. We know where our finances are headed now. This is a burden to us and it's not helping our vulnerable community. It will not have impact on our ability to determine who goes into those units. That's not how it works. It's just having a partner work with you and get the funding to bring these units up to standard. So we can kick the can down the road if we wish, but and tell the team to come back to us after they've done an assessment of where we sit at the moment. But I don't think a $20 increase, we're only absorbing what the utilities are, and I've added them all up, they're about 18,000, and there's a little bit extra in there, and that will start to build some money for us to enable us initially to at least start doing some of that refurbing that we need to get done on the bathrooms, and they're not cheap, and that's probably just an estimate at the moment of what that's going to cost us. Average pension is $1,200 a fortnight, and they get included in that is a $14.10 energy supplement. So we're not getting that. 25 to 30% of gross income is generally considered to be sustainable. So our $128 on $600, we're at 20%, the lower end. And within that, there is an energy rebate, as I said. So an increase of $20 would just be under a 16% increase and around 25% of gross income. So we're not going outside what is considered a normal amount. for rent, and we're still way below the market, as we can see, but that's not what it's about. It's just to try and recover some of these costs that we can't afford to provide, and that's water, sewage, electricity and rates. And then they're just apportioned across each unit, and that's how it comes to the $20. And of course, I just think the CHP model is just something that we should explore. It's not something that we should enter into. It should be something that comes back to us, but it'll provide the specialist expertise, improve our financial certainty, and is likely to result in better outcomes for tenants. We already had a CHP come in here with PAG, so that's the sort of thing that they do. But there are other companies that work across the Central West. There's one that's worked with Blaney, where Blaney gave them land and they built units. So it's not an unknown model within council. And what we did was probably a really great thing 10 years ago, but we need to review it and look at it again now and understand how we can continue to provide our vulnerable community with housing, but not what we won't have the finance to continue. And as I said, we could end up with a block of 22 derelict units because we won't have any money. So that was the reason for my motion.
Councillor Lee.
I mean, look, I overall agree with that. I've given this a lot of thought. I think what I stated tonight, I'm all for compassion and for people and for independent living. My thoughts were over and above Councillor Tremblay. We talk to the residents, we send them a compassionate letter stating the situation, that costs are rising. We have these costs that we can't afford, we cannot afford it. Explain the situation, or council staff visit them, explain that we need to add on your water and your insurance, or whatever else. The easy ones, the insurance and the utilities, and just to bring it up to a funding where we can afford this. I believe if you explain this to people, they will be very understanding that we just need to, we cannot, the community and the other ratepayers cannot continue to support the maintenance on these. And with a small increase, $5 say whatever a week for water, I believe that if we could explain it, we can move ahead with this, and that will give you the extra money you need for your maintenance. So I think that I overall agree with Councillor Tremblay, but I just add those ways of approaching these people and explaining to them. And again, I'll just state it, I'm all for the compassion of people and helping people, but I think the community overall will support this. Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fully support Councillor Tremblay's amendment or motion. There's a couple of points first for our director. How did we, if you can answer these, then how did we move away from the model where we were supporting older residents? I wouldn't mind understanding that, because I think I would like to see that return too. Secondly, this is a matter of risk to me, and we've got people living in accommodation that we're charging the rent, and it's substandard. So I would propose to insert another point there that we need to undertake urgent repairs so that at least we get them to a standard that it's livable. So, hang on, I'm talking. Well, if we don't have the money, well, I'll keep going. I think we need to do those emergency repairs, because we shouldn't be asking for rent at all, or asking for a rent increase. And it's you won't hear me say this very often. It's not about the money. Okay? We've got a responsibility. We own this asset, we're renting it out, and I don't know, Matt might be able to come back with a costing just to get them to a safe level where the risk is down a little bit. So if you could answer that, and how we moved away from that structure where we were supporting the elderly. They're probably the main points. Thank you.
Sorry, councillor, there is a priority listing and there is some estimates of the priority listing.
Yeah, I saw
Saying
that.
one's the bathroom upgrades was listed as a priority. The others, most of them are looking at moderate, apart from the bathroom upgrades.
I understand that, but my point was that if there's items in there that need immediate attention, we need to prioritise those right now before we move to asking for more rent. I just don't think we sit on, what Matt's done is excellent. He's given us a structure how to approach it. But to me, the way I'd approach it is to say that unit there where the tiles have all come off the bathroom or there's mould, significant mould, we need to deal with that now. There's a risk. We need to approach it on a risk base just to get to a stage before, I don't know how we could consider increasing rent. So that would be my approach. Thank you.
Councillor Hayden?
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, do you want your questions from?
Yes, thanks. Yes.
Are you able to answer those?
Yes, through the chair, in regards to the first question about the demographic of the tenants, there's a independent living unit panel which consists of councillors, a GP, pharmacy, and those from other community groups that come together to assess responses to the expression of interest. The demographics of the applicants has definitely changed over time. And that is for a variety of reasons, limitations of housing stock in the area, some of the solutions that places like Colombia are offering, which are maybe more suited to those that are transitional downsizing. So the demographic has shifted. That panel makes the decisions based on a needs matrix, which does include age, but also includes medical, financial. So at times, younger tenants have been prioritised for a variety of reasons. That's why that has shifted. Now you do have a mixture of tenants that generally range from, I would say, late 50s into early 80s, I would guess, off the top of my head. So that mix is changing. The second question into regards to risk, it's very clear that the bathrooms we've identified 5, but particularly 3 of the units really need some immediate rectification works. That is predominantly around tiling and ventilation in those bathrooms. Tenants, some are fantastic at letting us know when there's issues, some not so. But in the answer to that question, there's definitely 3 that would be very high priority that we would need to focus on soon. Other things like cracked paint, fascia, roof are still high priority, but if you were ultimately doing it, there'd be 3 that you need to really focus on straight away.
Councillor Hayden?
Thank you. I don't support the motion that is in front of us. I would like to foreshadow the original in the business papers. I can't support part 4, and I certainly will not support part 5. The original motion in the business papers I was happy with. I talked to quite a few people that live at the independent living units. The ones down in Curtis Street, they're quite happy with how things are down there. They're not failing in any major structural area or bathrooms and so on, and they're reasonably a new setup. Whereas Balfour Street, I understand Balfour Street does need some major requirements around 3 bathrooms and stuff. The thing is, I'm just wondering whether council have actually had a look at the panelling instead of individual grouting tiles. Any of the new panelling, considering one of our big businesses in the community is doing those wall panels, which are like the fake tiling, which have all of the additives that stop mold and mildew and all of that stuff. And then I was wondering whether there were costings that were done around moulded shower cubicles, that moulded section, because we did that at the farm, and to have the modular moulded unit popped into the bathroom was so great for an older person. There's no joints and gaps, and it's moulded and popped in there, and they're so cost effective. They might be some options that, you know, would come under percentage wise out of the costings that are there. Now, after speaking to some of the people that I know that are up in the Balfour and down at Curtis Street, the portion you have in here in the original, in the business papers, resolve around the current rental structure. Some people are prepared to pay much more than $20. Why are we putting a figure? I don't want to put a figure. I don't want to have to nominate a figure. I think the best way to talk to the residents is just give them a quick survey. How much would you be prepared to pay? Here's some figures. Can you afford this, this, and this? Bang. There's 3 options. Give it to them to individually have their say, because you'll be pleasantly surprised at what will come back. In all honesty, you will be pleasantly surprised. It's much more than $20. So that's one reason I don't want to support part 4. Part 5, community housing partner. I will not support that under any circumstances. I will not put our vulnerable residents in a situation where there's a community housing partner want to go in. I mean, community housing partner, DCJ, Oberon Housing Commission then at the time, basically sold up the majority of the houses in the community and the flats that they had because they didn't want to deal with it. So they all sold them off to people in the community. There's only a few that are left. So I wouldn't want to see that. There are grant funds out there. I've even noticed a few just recently when I was scouting through them for Burriga, that there are quite a significant amount of grant funding when it comes to upgrades for buildings for community residents, especially vulnerable residents. And I did want to mention, I noticed councillors mentioning demographics of people. The units are for vulnerable residents, vulnerable people, and they could be vulnerable from age 18 right up to age 90 or 100. The age category is neither here nor there. But as it is, some of the younger residents, some of the older residents really enjoy the chin wags and the chats that they have, and, you know, the having cups of tea together and things like that. So I like how it sits. I don't want to see it going back to an age model, how a councillor has mentioned. I want to see it as it's vulnerable residents and affordable. But I'll just put forward that I can't, I have another motion should this one not get up, okay? I'll go back to the original in the papers, so I can't support the amendment.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
That's McCarthy.
I think we got a good fit up there at the moment, and I know the units are falling into disrepair. I support all the 4 points. I'll be putting up a different motion and removing number 5 if the mover doesn't want to remove it, but I think we should be keeping it in-house. One thing about it that's changed, the NDIS, and these people they might pay $100, but we don't know what they're getting subsidised. And this has only just changed with this NDIS. Some of them have got SMIC units down there, and they probably getting a kickback or whatever you call it, like. But I support everything there except number 5. So if the mover doesn't want to remove number 5, I'll put an alternative motion in.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was quite happy with the recommendation as written in the business paper, because it says that we would be having this discussion, that we review the rental structure as part of the upcoming process. So I assume that would mean at the extraordinary meeting in early May, and that would include consideration of rental adjustments beyond CPI. And I assume that it would include a range of options of the way the rental structure might work and, you know, a range of possible increases. So I was happy to have that discussion at that meeting. It sounds like we're jumping in and looking at making that decision now before we get those options and the figures. But my main problem is that I can't actually read number 4 of the new motion because it's just too small on my laptop. Could somebody read it out? Just number 4. I'm okay with I understand what number 5 says.
I'll read number 4 to you, Councillor
Thank
Taylor.
you.
Resolve that the current rental structure for council's independent living units be amended to include a $20 per week utilities charge increase effective from 1st July 2026 to be considered as part of the forthcoming IPNR and annual budget process, and further resolve that in the longer term annual CPI-based rental adjustments, including utilities, be considered to support long-term financial sustainability while maintaining council's affordability objectives and ensuring appropriate notice is provided to tenants.
Okay, so we're not actually deciding on those amounts at the moment. We're just making them part of what would be considered at the extraordinary meeting. Have I got that correct?
Well, I think it does say the current rental structure for council's independent be amended to include a 20 per week utilities charge increase effective 1st of July. Then it says to be considered. So we're resolving to do it and then we're considering it. I am a bit confused.
So I think my preference would be I wouldn't support this motion. I would prefer to stick with the original and that we have the more detailed discussion with all the options and the figures at the extraordinary meeting. That would be my feeling.
My view on this is I think we need to consider is an increase in utilities, but I do think that we do need to consider an increase in rent as well, and a rental that is appropriate, but we are well below the market and we should stay below the market. But I would have thought, you know, something like a $25 per week increase is not out of the realms. We're still considerably below the market. But I think the rental for these and as we talked about 25% of a pension payment or 25, we have to look at in the context of that sort of thing. But I just think that with the amount of money we have to spend and that we have a continuing requirement to maintain and support these units, that the current rental is just too low. That's my personal view. I realise that. Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with what you're saying. And can I suggest an amendment to the original? No, I can't.
The amendment, Councillor Taylor. You're in the motion. We're in the motion.
You're right. If this is defeated, I'll put a further amendment to the original.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps in number 4, where it wants to cover the utilities, but still have a review of the rental structure. Have both of it in that paragraph, because the $20 per week is limiting it, whereas looking at the whole thing, the review might be, say, $30 is better, or remove the amount.
$20
without
$20 is, so if you look at the total utilities, just something to talk to it, it comes out at about $16 if you apportion it across all, and then I've allowed for a CPI increase that we at least get through, and still, you know, to be fair and equitable. And it's quite interesting that we talk a lot about fair and equitable to all our ratepayers, but all of a sudden us covering the utilities is not fair and equitable. So I have a little bit of an issue with that, but that's all it.
But would you consider having what you've got there, but still having a review of the whole structure?
Happy to. I was just trying to get a result tonight, you know, with the utilities charge, to give our finance team something to start work on. You know, they need to, the tenants will need 60 days notice for this, to do the right thing and message it well, to make sure they understand what it's about. But
Just through the chair, my astute colleague has potentially indicated that if we put the word a draft, like draft fee of $20 in that, it allows us all those things that you have, and it also gives a starting point to consider.
I'm happy with that, and just probably respond to Councillor McCarthy. The point 5 was just to explore and then come back and just say how these work. Or because currently, according to the numbers here, we've got $500,000 sitting there that we have to somehow find. But if we put the rents up, we probably will start to build up each year some money to do some of that maintenance. But 490,000 is in today's dollars. So we know everything's going up at 20%, 30%. And so some of those numbers are not going to look like that in year 3, 4 and 5. But I'm happy to take it out. It was just something that we could investigate.
Could I suggest, I was going to propose an amendment. I was going to leave 4 as it was. $20 per week utilities charge increase from 1st July 2000 charge increase effective from 1st with following CPI increases to be considered as part of the forthcoming IPR and annual budget process. Full stop, and go to a 5 that says consider increases in the rental charged for these units at the extraordinary meeting on the 4th of May 2026. An amount to be included in the IPNR annual budget process with appropriate CPI-based adjustments moving forward. I was going to delete the existing 5.
Wasn't happy.
That's
an amendment I've put in forward.
Okay, so we can talk again now?
So I just. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Yes. Through the chair, we haven't even got the thing down, Mr. Mayor. So I think Sharon was busily writing, but we're trying to work out what that would be.
So copy again up, and then we'll start again. And we'll cut it some before. Yes.
Through the chair, just to note that with the serving the 60-day notice period.
Yes.
Council potentially may have to endorse two sets of fees in the statement of revenue policy to ensure that we are not increasing and fulfilling that notice period. So
do we have to do that with the utilities or any of the rental?
Well, you potentially will have to endorse 2 sets of rental fees in the upcoming IPNR to allow for that to happen. Just noting that maybe you'll have a set up until a certain date early in the next financial year, and then the new, should you want to increase, then 60. Yeah.
The council had already foreshadowed and
The original.
the original, I don't think it's valid to put this amendment up at this point.
No, through the chair, the motion was councillor Hayden, councillor Trembus. That motion wasn't on the books. So you could put an amendment to that, which it is. Councillor Hayden foreshadowed.
She said I have a motion.
There's no foreshadow.
Councillor Hayden foreshadowed that we'd revert back to the old if this motion was defeated. The mayor has indicated that he had an amendment. He has support for that amendment, so it can be considered.
So
Noting councillor Hayden still has
a foreshadow.
I could amend an
no,
amendment on his amendment.
you absolutely
So
can.
can I just give information that I have an amendment to the amendment? Thank you.
Delete 5.
Yep.
what is point 4 supposed?
Sorry, so just repeat 4 again. Just repeat 4 again. Down below is 5. Take 5 out. Right, because we can work on that. Okay.
Can you tell me what you don't want me to write?
Yeah, just if you copy, I think it's the easiest.
Can't just copy, sorry, from within this motion, it will not let me copy and paste, so I've got to go back to something.
Okay, right. So let's go with 4 then. Resolve that the current rental structure in council's independent be amended to include a 20 per week utilities charge increase effective from 1st July 2026 with CPI increases to follow.
To the CPI increases full stop, is that it?
Yep. Then 5 will read. Review at its extraordinary meeting on the 4th of May, 2026. The current rental structure with a view to making adjustments to those rents, but noting that a 60-day notice period will be required to tenants.
And delete.
Delete 5, delete the rest and delete 5. Yes. My seconder, seconder Councillor O'Connor, thank you. You're happy with that?
Yeah.
I just think that as I said, I commented that I know we need to keep these rents below market, but I think they're just too, they're not economically feasible at the moment at the rate they're set. So I think we need to look at that rental. And I'm certainly not suggesting we go to market rate, but I am suggesting we do need to adjust them somewhat. Seconder?
No, a very good outcome after a lengthy discussion.
Councillor Hayden, yes, Councillor Hayden. Yes.
Oh, look, I just don't agree with putting a figure down there until you talk to the residents. I believe that the residents need to, it only takes, half an hour to talk to every one of them. How much can you afford to pay? How much can you afford to pay? But you could be pleasantly surprised. They might pay $50 to $100 a week extra. Don't put a figure on it.
We haven't. We've only put a figure on the utilities, not on the rent.
You did. You said they're resolved that the current rental structure for the independent living units be amended to include a $20 per week utilities charge.
I said, you.
That's what it says. Remove the figure.
No,
It doesn't.
not rent.
It's utility, number 5.
That's $20 per week utilities charge.
I would remove that because they might be prepared to pay more. Some of them actually get their own electricity bills,
We haven't, we all have different opinions.
Yeah, but they don't all get paid by council. When Barb was there, she used to get an electricity bill. So
I'll ask it quickly after director. So are we happy that a $20 increase would cover our utilities?
Through the chair, the electricity that's referenced is more to the common area of electricity running of the facility. Each of the tenants
have their
own electricity bills.
Oh,
So that electricity charge you're seeing in that is your common sort of, when you pull the electricity, the utility costs that we incur, as Councillor Trembuffer has said, that it's around $16, $20 if you flatly apportion that. So as it currently sits at that $20 would be a contribution to cover things like water, sewer, waste, those types of things.
And that would cover it?
In current costings, yes, that's correct. Just your utilities, doesn't include any maintenance or renewal.
No, I haven't finished speaking on what I was. So I think councillors in the room thought that residents didn't get electricity bills. Some of them do. Some of them have to pay $1,400 a quarter. Yeah, of course they all do. But utility bills is just, that's the generalisation. That's something that's usually added into your rents. So saying they're an extra 20, that's an extra 20 on the rent. Why I said don't put an amount until you talk to the tenants. You might have a tenant say, I'm happy to pay $100 extra a week. Then equate all of the information from all of the, sorry? Equate all of the information you get from all of those tenants and then use the average. Because if someone says they might want to give 50, some might want to give 60, some might want to give 100. Then get the amount that suits. Don't put $20 there. I don't agree with it. No, I haven't finished speaking.
Oh, sorry.
You've already spoke 3 times. So this is my issue. So why, Mr. Mayor, do you want to have in this amendment a figure when you would be best off talking to the residents first? I won't support it as it is, and I'm happy to move an amendment, if you like, to your amendment.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Director, no, Director, it's in relation to Councillor Hayes.
Just in response to Councillor Hayner, I mean, I understand the sentiment with liaising with the tenants, but you know, as everyone is aware, the council has just come through a internal audit into plant and utilisation with best practice in regards to asset management, you know, front and centre of how council appropriately costs manage asset management, those types of things. So while obviously the, you know, sentiment towards the tenants and what they're able to pay needs to be front and centre of that, but there is a very pure asset management component to this that we need to think about over longer term, no different to what we've just endorsed through our plant replacement frameworks and generally any asset audit we're going to do going forward. They're very clear asset management principles we all need to be also aware of. So, yeah.
So in line of that comment, are you happy that there's a figure stated, or do you believe there should not be a figure stated?
Literally in line of that comment, as I currently understand where it's at, is that the $20 per week is a cover and a contribution to the utility costs. So the reason that we have to fulfill the 60-day notice period. So as it currently stands, a contribution of $20 per week would cover utilities. It would still leave a delta of about 21,000 in terms of what we've programmed for renewal. And that could be potentially looked at through your IPNR over and above that, but it's a commitment as a starting point that would be helpful for us to start building some modelling from as to what this might.
And if there's a rent increase.
Correct.
Councillor Tucker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm more confused with this amendment than I was with the previous motion. It still, to me, seems as though we're still going to be going back and having a further discussion at the IPNR meeting anyway. And I would have thought it was more sensible to stick with the original and just have that without putting figures on at the moment. And my only suggestion that we might include in the recommendation in the business paper where it says including consideration of rental adjustments, we had an extra bit that says and also including consideration of a utilities fee. And let's have that discussion in 2 weeks' time.
Are you proposing an amendment?
Well, no, I'm not. I can't propose an amendment to amendment. I'm saying I will vote. I will vote against the amendment and the motion, and I will support going back to the original recommendation with a minor amendment to it.
Yeah, Councillor, sorry.
I mean, to try to shortcut this circular debate, what is proposed in there with the $20 is cost recovery. Okay, so put that aside so we can explain that to the tenants. This is cost recovery. The next sector is increasing the rent as you've described, Mr. Mayor, which I agree. It's very simple. It's sort of, you can't go to the tenants and say, can we charge you more than it costs? I mean, you know, can we charge you $100 more than the sewage costs? That'd be, and they'd say yes. And then they'd walk away 5 months later and go, geez, I bloody slipped up there. This is simply cost recovery. And then we have the option, as the Mayor has said, to adjust the rate. It's very simple. We shouldn't see anything more than it is. Thank you.
Councillor Carlton.
I'm not gonna support your amendment or whatever you got there. I'd like to go back to the original one.
The original.
I think that's more appropriate. It was done professionally by Matt.
Yeah.
And I think we should endorse it and then discuss it at the IPNR meeting.
Okay, I don't want to speak. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Graham, Lee, McKibben, O'Connor and Trimbar. The amendment becomes the motion. All in favour? Graham, Lee, McKibben, Trimbar and O'Connor. That Olivers,
Hayden,
McCarthy
McCarthy,
and
Tucker.
Tucker against. Okay.
It's all done.
That is now the motion.
Yeah, we put them,
You did that.
we put it as the motion.
What is the
You put it as the amendment.
Then we had a second
And
vote.
and then he
Yeah,
had a
Then
second.
I had a second vote.
same vote?
Don't have a vote, and we know.
Go to item 10.
No.
10.1, Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Health Policy Lab. The recommendation the council receive an delegates report in relation to the Policy Lab Regional Health Workforce held on the 5th of March 2026. Have a motion, please. Councillor Graham, Councillor Trimbar. Thanks, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The actual policy lab was very well run. There was a lot of interesting speakers and they got 15 or 20 minutes. So they really crammed it in. But the part of the report that is probably the most important is to look at the JO strategy and where they're going to do their advocacy. If you read that part in detail, I think you'll get quite a bit out of it.
It was a great day, and as Councillor Graham said, they did fit quite a lot in, but they were very interesting speakers, and I really enjoyed being part of it.
The discussion. Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, firstly, I'd like to thank councillors Graham and Trember for the report and work's gone into attending and bringing the information back to council. Provides a helpful overview of the discussions around regional health workforce and the broader challenges facing rural communities. After reviewing it, I did notice there wasn't a large conversation around modelling in previous policy labs and the previous rural doctor network. I know rural doctors had brought back how the modelling MPS versus the previous hospital modelling, how they could they need to look at different modelling because our MPS currently doesn't allow for women to have their babies locally, the maternity section, not having midwives available, and the impact that has on the larger hospitals when our smaller communities can't stay home and have their babies locally. So I know in one of the previous workshops, Policy Labs, Rural Doctors Network, that they were going to look at some options so that communities like ours are having a yes, that we can have some of them basic services back, because it relieves some of the stress on the bigger hospitals and it brings people and keeps people back home in their own communities. So, but it was a great report, but I would like, if down the track, perhaps you go to another, that can be mentioned, because the current modelling isn't working. I mean, it is basic, but there does need to be more services in communities like ours. Thank you.
I can add to that it did come up and got pointed out that the loss of having a regional health minister has impacted us. And there were discussions that Councillor Graham and I had, and they were completely unaware of the differences of what we experience in the region. So it was discussed, but the big point was the doing away with the minister, which we used to have Bronnie Taylor, who was a very strong advocate for us in the regions, having there. So it's not quite the modelling that you were thinking, but it was actually discussed. Yeah.
The other discussion? So I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 10.2, Country Mayors Association Financial Sustainability Workshop, 26th of March 2026. The recommendation is that council receive and note the delegates' report regarding the Country Mayors Association Financial Sustainability Workshop held on 26th of March 2026. Councillor Graham, you're moving it? Seconding? I'll second it. Oh, Councillor McCarthy seconded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was an interesting workshop, but it was actually at TCOP's premises. So a lot of the TCOP people were there too, which was interesting. But all councils were concerned with financial sustainability, obviously. But different councils approached it in different ways. It wasn't obvious that either way was better because they're still facing the same sort of problems, I think. So Blaney, with their special rate variations, they mainly talked about how they convinced every councillor, first of all, that it was necessary, and then went out to the community and convinced them that it was essential too. But whether it's solved the problems or not wasn't obvious at this stage. Whereas the Hay Council, which is probably, both of the small councils, but Hay's smaller and with a lower socioeconomic community, they just felt that they couldn't increase rates at all. So didn't look at a rate variation, and they did exactly what I suppose we're looking at in reducing costs at every turn. Again, they did a lot of work on it, but whether it's actually solved the problem, it's unlikely. So it was the introduction by Mayor Fitzpatrick from Bega was just emphasising how we have to go back to those financial assistance grants and get a higher proportion. Basically, the system isn't working, so it needs some revision.
Councillor McCarthy?
And Zelf's report as written.
Cool. Any other discussion? Yes, Councillor Hayden, are you commenting or?
Yes, thank you, Kate, for the report.
Right. I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Go to 10.3, the Country Mayors Association meeting 27th of March 2026. The recommendation that council receive and note the delegates' report. The Country Mayors Association meeting held on 27th of March 2026. I put the motion as per the recommendation. Or a second, please. Councillor O'Connor, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
So I think the report speaks for itself, noting that we don't have the minutes yet. So I tried to give a synopsis of what occurred. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and just thank you for the very good report, giving us councillors insight on these topics, because sitting here, it's comforting when you read that to see what's going on. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Not. I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Go to 11. I'll just make a comment. Council's house. We've been going for 3.5 hours nearly. Do we want a break?
There's some short break. I need to go to.
All right, we have a short break, 5 minutes. Appropriate. So 11 committee reports. There are no committee reports. 12 reports for information. 12.1 is the monthly activity report of the General Manager for April 2026. Recommendation is the report item 14.1 is received as information. Information, please. Councillor Hayden, seconded. Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy with the recommendation as it is. I just noticed a couple of dates in here. I'm only going to question the 1st of April, the Junior Tigers meeting. What was that one about?
I'm through the chair. I'm just meeting with the Tigers, both junior and senior, to keep them abreast of where we're going to, looking at certain things about trying to get games and when that goes onto the sports complex. So I'm just keeping them aware and updated on a number of things.
Because I just wanted some clarifications. I know, a couple of weeks ago, they did advertise their, junior cluster was going to be held at our new complex. And I just thought it was a little bit rushed, and I heard again today that it's not going to be held at our ground, that it's going to be held at the other complex. And on the group 10, they do have that listed as the sports complex that they were going to hold that at. But no, that's fine. Has Bob done that handover to council on 31st of March with the sports complex? You know how you told me in the last meeting that the handover exchange of the complex will be in council's hands as of the 31st of March?
Just to confirm, the contract sunset date was the 31st of March, but given the nature of the undertaking and the upgrades, that's been deferred to the 30th of June.
30th of June.
However, we'd be looking to take control of that facility as quickly as the amendments and upgrades are dealt with.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you, the General Manager, for this report. If I might shed this a little bit sensitive area maybe. With the STP at our IPNR, we discussed how many councils throughout Australia are saying major projects are increased 20% plus. We discussed that in the IPNR. And I'm sure you're considering these matters, but I mean, it's such a big project. It's such a fine line, what we're dealing with. We've agreed to bring back an amended or revised budget based on a 20% increase of the It's really the process that happens in the next few months, which I'm just talking about here. That if I was a contractor and you're seeing this coming up, it's the commercial instincts of those people are how they best get through it and how they best levy that to us in terms of timing. It may well be that they can see it coming up and they're aware of it, but they're not going to discuss it for 6 months or so. It's really how we start that conversation early with them. In my mind, that's what we do.
Could I suggest that this should be probably a discussion within confidential for the May extraordinary meeting, if I could, just before we put into confidential today. I think this sort of detail, we need in confidential because it involves commercial relationships with contractors.
I agree. And all I wanted to mention tonight is that the broad range of considerations need to be taken into account.
And be put in the May extraordinary meeting in a confidential section.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to bring it back as quickly as I possibly
That's
can,
right.
councillor, just so councillors leading into an IPNR discussion will have some understanding of it.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Oh, councillor Carpenter.
Just with the report, and I'll thank the General Manager, but the financial officer, do we really need one at this time when things are going to be tight?
CFO. Oh, the financial officer, who is a position already in the structure, and that position is well within the remit of the corporate services division.
Yep.
I'm happy for him to outline the rationale behind that, officer, and the need to have that separation between duties, and it is quite.
Yeah, through the chair, that role looks at all of our accounts receivable function. It also backs up our payroll function when that main officer is out, and also backs up our rating inquiries as well. So it's quite a multifaceted role. That one pretty integral to our everyday functions of the finance team.
Okay, I just didn't think it was 100% necessary, because I took on Councillor McKibben's, and I remember him saying that he wanted someone financial that was at the can't be touchable at the council meeting, and I thought that was Zoe, so I thought her position was a council financial officer. That was all.
She's the chief.
There's two different positions.
Yeah.
General Manager, if I can, I think under STP update, two issues I have. I think where you've said PCI have immobilised, you mean mobilised. Could you, and the project management for the STP, that is an expression of interest, or is it a request for tender?
And at this point in time, it's an expression of interest through the LGP preferred contractors list. So it will be over the threshold, but it's a direct engagement through that.
So when are those submissions due back?
It's in the next 3 weeks.
So by mid-May.
Yep. So we'll have our position well and truly entrenched before that occurs.
Right. Okay, so the issues I had. Any other discussion on this paper? If not, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. You move to 12.2, monthly activity report, planning and development, April 2026. The recommendation report item 12.2 is received information. Have a move, please. Councillor Hayden, seconder, Councillor O'Connor. Thank you, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendation to accept this report. And I just want to thank our planning director. I did have a question noticing the amount of submissions with development applications among them. We've noted here under point 1, were any of those submissions put forward as development applications in their own right?
Just through the director. Are you meaning the strategy?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Yeah, in the housing strategy, I just said it says here a number of applications were submitted to council during March, was higher than previous months. And I'm just wondering whether there were some that were also as submissions in the housing strategy, whether some of them had actually floated through as standalone.
Through the chair, that would be development applications only, not any submissions through the strategies.
No.
That's standalone.
Yeah, but submissions. Were there any that were similar?
Through the chair, I don't recall.
No, okay. And there were a couple of queries the community had been discussing with me last week, which I thought might be worthwhile asking you the question. I do believe that your staff member had to go and discuss with the new owners of the abattoirs, the slaughter yards, with an issue with the neighbour adjoining, and they were concerned that had become recently sold, and they wanted to have a halal slaughterhouse there. And I'm just wondering, is that something that's come through to council yet?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. And the other one that the community had asked questions around was that the Masonic Hall had been sold, and there has been discussions that it's going to be a mosque. They're going to turn it into a mosque.
Going through the chair, I haven't had any discussions or.
Yeah, I did raise that issue with you before in an email, just to keep councillors updated if that happens to come through, because that's just become a community conversation piece, that's all. And I also just wanted to thank yourself and the staff down at the gym and pool for that wonderful day where we got taken through. It was very, very in-depth, and it was really good to see the new filtration system and seeing everything in behind the scenes, and just wanted to thank the staff for that day. Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the report. Recommendation. I've just got one question through you, Mr Mayor, to the director. With the successful local heritage item status now obtained, is there potential to move the O'Connell Avenue of trees to a state heritage listing?
Through the chair, I think Councillor Tremblay has raised that as an item for the next Heritage Committee, and our advisor will be providing some information in that regard.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I raised it because I wanted to understand the bigger picture around what that would mean for us as a community, because just because you want it to be state heritage, you have to understand what that unintended consequence would be for us as a council. So that's why it's on the heritage agenda.
Thank you.
Councillor Everest, is it, you didn't put your hand up, right, sorry, Councillor McCarthy.
Just an understanding from the director, the Oberon Quarries, a voluntary planning agreement, is that the levy on their road per tonne?
Through the chair, that's correct. They're looking at amending that to from the current condition to an amended model.
Amended model, increase in the rate or less than the rate?
That's through the chair. That's still for discussion.
And will that take in the 150,000 tonne that they've been awarded to do the Darling Causeway?
Just give it to them. So
Be aware.
yeah, so through the chair, Oberon Quarries has lodged, Oberon Quarries, Hargraves has lodged an application with the state to increase the size of the output on the facility. And the state has said, you need to go back and discuss a BPA with council. And I think from what Amy, I've been involved in an initial conversation, we said that needs to be well presented and looked after as to what that looks like. So that's what Dana has outlined. So it's to go with the increased tonnage. So with the increased tonnage comes an increased allocation, but also comes with increased activity on the road, and therefore maintenance would be increased like anything the first one would be, to come back with a lesser rate. But I don't think we've said that in our response to.
Yeah, at one stage we held over $1 million in repair money, but like any business, you might be trying to lessen it, but that's what we need to be aware of.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
That's what the intention.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I was going to ask a similar question because I know it's been on this has been like this for several meetings. And I also note, General Manager, that we actually at one stage were looking at getting some advice in relation to rating on quarries and where we are with that.
Through the chair, it's still in the pipeline with a lot of other rating matters that we've been discussing either tonight or previously.
So should that also be a point of negotiation with Oberon Quarries in relation to the VPA as well?
Through the chair, I
Probably
think two separate
things. Yes, right. Okay.
Mr Mayor, I hate doing a Frank O'Connor on you, but there's another quarry out on Lowesmount Road.
Yes.
And I see product going out on 3, what would you say, strange trucks yesterday. So we need to be aware that there's other quarries operating in the area and sending their product out on the thing, and we need to have some sort of accountability. And I think what happens out there, they go off the weighbridge and use the weighbridge dockets. The other one, there's no weighbridge dockets, but these were 3 Sydney trucks, quite strange to the area, that went out with loads from the quarry. So we need to be aware that that's going on.
General Manager, take note of that. Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Point 3, monthly activity report, technical services, April 2026. The recommendation of report item 12.3 is received information. Have a motion, please. Councillor Hayden, Councillor McCarthy. Thanks, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to receive the report and thank the Technical Services Director for the amount of work and information in this report. Just on Campbell's River Road, there has been some queries from some residents in the Barriga area that work in Oberon, and they were concerned, and I haven't been out there this week, so they were concerned about the height of the road, and they asked, will there be a barrier installation on that high section on the left-hand side as you head back to Barriga?
On that corner?
Yeah. So they were just concerned, they said in winter it was often slippery and that anyway, because the road was buggered up a bit, you'd go really slow. But if that is available to be budgeted for, or can we get grant funding for that? And I know that we've got some other barriers that we've been trying to get grant funding for, but that is significantly higher now again. So I'd hate to think someone's heading along there around the corner and then just boom off the very steep, more than 2 metre drop off the side of that. So on that section, and then I did note about the garden work and everything done throughout here, which was really great. It was, I think it was last month I went out for the small school sports cross country that was held out at the O'Connell Rec Ground. And whilst I was there was some conversation around how come the perimeter hadn't been mowed, because it was approximately this long and the kids were trying to do the cross country, all of the people that were there. So there was Rockley, there was Meadow Flat and the Bala, and O'Connell schools there. It was pretty long around the edges that they jog. They don't jog on the field, they jog around the perimeter. So that was just a topic of conversation that they wished it had been mowed prior. And the access to garbage bins, which was very difficult. So where we were all there in front of the toilet block and that, there were no bins around. So people were running around trying to find where the garbage bins were. There was nothing kind of significantly there unless you walked into the toilet and put the rubbish in the bin in the toilet. So that's what happened on the day. So I was concerned with that. And the other section, I know the garden in here down in Cunningham Street, and that picture of that garden looks awesome, but the garden up from it is kind of metre high with weeds and looks a bit messy, and I hope it gets done as well so they both look lovely. I was going to ask the question again. It's been a few months since I've asked the question, so I figured now might be the right time. When would tech services or the general manager think they could move some of the stockpile on Lowesmount Carlwood Road on the left-hand side that's been stockpiled for a significant number of years now? I know it's been more level and done, but that's changed the landscape significantly, and Snake Valley got cleared up and used, and I'm just wondering if we're going to be doing any maintenance work on any gravel roads or anything, if someone can start going out there taking some of that gravel. So it was well before our tech services time. It might be worthwhile. I can meet you out there if you like and show you the section of road.
Through the chair, I don't think that's required. As you say, they have been working undertaken on it to improve the site distance issue. There's currently no budget or intent to move that material anywhere, considering there's significant cost implications in doing so. You cannot reuse it on any other roads. Gravel roads, it's not gravel. It seems to be soil that is contaminated potentially for roadworks with branches. And my understanding is it's been compiled there for several years. So we've improved the, not 3 years, I think it would be decades potentially by going by the amount of it. So the costing would be significant considering we need to card it to the tip.
Right.
And that land is not used for anything currently. That doesn't seem to be impacted to the neighbouring gate.
So the fact of the matter is, that land did not have that stockpile on that until council started the Losemount Road roadworks.
Through the chair, I can provide a cost estimate back to council on what it will cost to remove that, and then council.
But we shouldn't have put it there and left it there. If it's not a TSR, we should not, as a council, and it's not the Tech Services Director's fault. I have been mentioning this for a number of years. That was put there by our council, our road work, whoever our contractors were, to do the Losemount Road. It's altered it. It is not a stockpile site. It shouldn't be piled up there. Snake Valley Road one has been removed. I was told it will be removed in due course, but I would like it removed because it has changed basically the landscape. It shouldn't be there. Those trees, it's got trees half covered up through the trees. It's sitting there. People are impacted coming up. It's now turned into stop zones instead of the free giveaway it used to be.
Councillor, the technical service
It's
director will come
just
back
what-
with the cost.
Thank you.
They'll come back
Thank
with the
you.
cost.
Yep, okay.
And then council decides what.
But I
We are
have
trying to
brought-
save money at the moment.
I know, but I have brought it up a numerous amount of times.
And it's been there probably
It
5,
has-
10 years.
It hasn't been there 5 or 10 years. It's been there when we started the Losemount Road. I watched it grow. I've taken the photos with dates. So they're all there. I know when it went there and I keep bringing it up and I just want it rectified, please.
We know your comment. We'll get a costing on it.
All right, that'll do. Thanks.
Through the chair, happy for you to provide those photos with document dates to me, which might be useful.
Okay, good. Who's second? It's councillor O'Connor. Did you second it? Yes.
Thank you.
Colin, sorry, councillor McCarthy.
No, that's all right.
It was such so long since the time, yes.
Been a long time.
Forgot.
Okay. I'd like to thank the director for the turnaround in the plumbing department, where we see those fire hydrants and they're putting them in level and then hot mix them around. If you take the one near the substation on Losemount Road, I let it go for probably 4 years. It was that much above the thing. I see the general manager, other people drive up, and I'm only using Gary because he uses that road. It was left until it got smashed. It cracked in half, and then the new people that put it in, and they've done a terrific job. They put it in at the right height, they put the hot mix around, and they've done many others back along Losemount Road the same way. So it's a good improvement for what was going on in the past. I've had feedback that the job they've been doing on Sills Creek Road with the willow trees and the overhangs been very good. The only thing, when I went to spot yesterday, I'm still concerned about the 8 Mile Swamp Creek. I can't understand why we don't try and scoop the rubbish on the other side of the Armco fence, plus the mushroom part right near the bridge, up and try and alleviate the problem, because I think with an excavator there for a couple of hours, we could tidy things up. And I notice the other councils now, I see another job that Bathurst City Council done. They've scraped the verge of the road and they had no trouble with the EPA. So, I just think this is going to sit there through winter if we don't do something. It's 8 Mile Swamp Creek. It used to drain. And the only thing I see is the fill up. Now we got the mushroom with the hot mix and tar on the northeastern side. But I'd like to see the staff get approval from the RTA. We used to get it from small jobs and go down there and see if we can't drain it. Anyway, thank you.
Chair, I now have a monthly catch up with Transport for New South Wales based on the things that are happening around here, and they've asked for these things to be escalated. So more than happy, because it doesn't seem like we're getting what we want out of that matter. So more than happy to take it back to them.
And the other thing is, I see going to Black Springs where we've done some roadworks, and it says there where the line is missing, the line not marked. Just in the small instances, can't we go and buy one of them machines from Blackwoods that have the marking paint? They used to open the factory and they just pull the trigger and mark the line until the appropriate people turn up. You know, like in some of the spots, it's only 20 metres. and these are a little trolley that go along, they've got the canister of spray paint, you pull the trigger, mark the line. So the goodness in those two short links on the way to Black Springs, we could do that and get rid of these signs. So each of them activities has 2 signs, so you got 4 signs, eight sets of signs out there, like.
They're blown over, Clyde. It's just the
Oh,
holes
okay.
there now.
Anyway, I'll say that.
Thank you.
Just a couple of things. The O'Connell background this sporting day, at the latest community meeting, the principal of O'Connell School, who organised it all, was very complimentary that they were able to do it cross country, and they measured it out on the fence line because that's where they got their 2 kilometres in, and there would have been no expectation for council to have known that, and I'm sure she would have addressed it with me if it was an issue. So I just want to cover that, but I will double check it with her. If it's something that they're going to do, maybe with an MOU in place, they'll be able to do that themselves to get that perimeter. With regard to the bins, again, she never mentioned it, but it's possibly something that maybe it's getting used more and something there, but the children from the school regularly go to Flat Rock and pick up all the litter. It's a program that she has in place to teach them about, the environment. So if there was anything left, they would have taken it away, I would say. And with regards to O'Connell and Carlwood Road and that intersection, I do drive it quite regularly, and there's no line of sight issues with anything coming out of there. So I'm more than happy to go and take some photos for Cornelia tomorrow. But it's fine. I drive it. I turn out of it. You've got complete. There's people that do have lower cars.
I'm Peter White. Council Trembar's making a point.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll drive it tomorrow and take some photos, and I'll send them to you. But I understand the cost of having to move anything, but it's quite useful.
Councillor
That's what
Connor.
I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and further to Councillor McCarthy comment and also appreciative statement about Sills Creek Road. Fantastic job down there. I love the stop-go signs rather than have people with the automatic stop-go signs. But if you don't mind, would there be any way of looking at, once you've done that, most of the timbers black wattle, doing an awesome job, like it was very thick. Just to put a bit of spray on it, I can give you the name of the spray you need to put on it. We've got spraying contractors. Because in 5 or 6 years' time, it'll be back again. And it's such a shame because you've done such a wonderful job.
We have discussed this with the Director of Technical Services.
It'll be awesome. Like, then the job's done.
But it goes back, the wattle grows back more virulently.
Yeah, it does. So you've done a wonderful job and maybe finish her off here.
Sorry, just one little comment. Yeah, I noticed a lot of erosion up in that area too, road erosion.
Sorry, Rob, I bet you spray.
Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, right. Look, I'd like to commend the Technical Services Director. And I think you've done a great job in rehabilitating Campbell's River Road in the 2 locations, basically with the corner of Swashfield Road. And I read with interest the report and the remedial action you had to take there in relation to that water. I noticed there's also a dam across the road, which probably didn't help things. But the water getting in under the layers and causing problems there. So that is a wet area. We're all aware of that. And what you've done it's White Springs Cemetery, and I note Councillor Hayden's comment in relation to that corner. And I do agree that there probably at some stage when we can afford it does need to be a barrier on the corner because it does get quite slippery, that particular section of the road, and you can slip sideways and go off that corner in inclement weather, especially when there's ice on the road. So that's Campbell's River Road. Yeah, the same one as so if you're heading, you go past White Springs Cemetery turnoff, then there's a sharp corner going to the right, and on the left-hand side, if you're not, there have been trucks and people go off there before, so it's quite a steep corner. That's the worst part of the road for. It's part of the area that you've actually prepared. You wrote a reply?
If Councillor Tucker didn't want to speak.
Oh, Councillor Tucker?
No, I haven't to put my hand up.
All good. Yeah, I did just want to mention and just to clarify around the cross country and the garbage bins. I'm not at all saying that O'Connell kids in the school don't do anything. They do good stuff. It's just when other schools are there with kids and they're trying to teach them to put stuff in the bin, that's basically around the bin talk. And I actually thought the mowing of the ground, be it council or whoever, would have done the perimeter like inside the fence, because that's still all part of the ground, not just the sports field.
They do a great job mowing. They have just recently mowed their oval. It looks fantastic. I think his name's Adam that does it. He seems to love it and care for it very well. They do the majority of the ground, but you know, they can't get up in some of those areas either. It's just,
I just.
All right, we note the comments, councillor. I think we move on. Director of Technical Services.
That's all I wanted to
All
clarify.
right, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Go to 12.4. Which is the monthly activity report, corporate services, April 2026. The recommendations of report item 12.4 is received information. Have a mover, please. Councillor Hayden. Councillor Graham, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to move the report, and I do have some concerns again around the delay implementing the planning portal. And I'm sure our corporate services director would know that I was going to ask this. And a note in the report, it indicates that testing's been completed and the delay is now related to a security key. I'm struggling to understand why something at that stage would cause such a prolonged delay. And can you clarify what's holding it up, please?
Through the chair, the essence of the problem is just that. It's what we are waiting on from Department of Planning is to issue us a key, which is a code which essentially links both of the systems together. We have escalated that now with all the challenges that we have. We don't believe that's a large task. It should be something they can generate quite quickly. And that's the vital link that actually makes all the system connect with our community, with our customer portal. So it is the last piece. Noted you were going to ask that question. We are talking about that quite regularly. So we're doing everything we can to escalate that. But that's the last piece of that connection, and it's very crucial because they don't interact unless we have that key.
Okay. And the other thing is other point I want to raise is in relation to the Section 356 grant funding. And I've had some concerns around the process because I understand from the report that an assessment panel is scheduled to meet. However, I question whether this is the most transparent or efficient approach, considering last year's the panel met. We still had to have the meeting in a council meeting. And in my view, rather than establishing the panels or having these subgroups and working committees when we keep getting told that we can't have them, is that we just have this and bring it directly to a full council meeting and go into a committee of the whole in public. So I'm not happy with that panel process. That once again is a panel, which is a committee, which is like a working group, which is an individual thing that we're being told over and over again we can't have.
Yeah, so director, that's the policy that's council's endorsed for the 356. That panel, there's a lot of work that needs to go into assuring that the applications are true and fair, the requirements that the policy asks for financial. So it's that initial phase of ensuring that when this comes to council, the applications are hitting all things that we require in the policy.
I just would have thought that would have been staff duty and the operational section of the staff duties, and then bring it to council, because that to me looks a bit like, oh yeah, those councillors are going in to do that, but yet other councillors can't have other working groups and so on. So I'm not trying to be facetious in any way or say anything wrong, but as we keep getting told, these things can't occur, and yet they're occurring in other areas.
Councillor Hayden, my view is the committee, the panel, worked very well last year in assessing the applications and putting them in a form that came to council was actually excellent in evaluating, and I commended the two people on the panel at that stage, and I'm sure that they will do an excellent job again this year.
And does it fit within our
Point of
model
order.
code?
Point of order.
I'm still talking, thank you.
Still talking.
Yes,
No,
I.
stop talking. I
Exactly.
But
replied.
you replied to me, but I hadn't finished, thank you. As you've stated yourself, Mr. Mayor, as in previous, that under the new model code of meeting practice, we can't have these little groups. Thank you.
Second.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was the seconder, so I.
Oh, you're.
And I was the mover.
Yes, Councillor.
I'd just like to commend the library because there's been so much activity there in the last couple of months. And the International Women's Day event there was fantastic with those panel of authors. And so sort of like that message to go back through to the librarian.
Yes.
With the chair, I'll definitely congratulate Rhiannon and Teresa and
Yeah.
the guys that helped out down there.
And Sharon.
Appreciate it.
They've had a number of activities down there lately.
Yes. Fantastic.
Thanks, Councillor Jimbo.
I'd just like to come back to the point of the 356. We appointed as a council 2 councillors to be on that panel to assess every application that came back and provide their recommendation to us. The reason we went into whole of council is Councillor Hayden, you wanted to pull apart every recommendation that they made, and we spent hours instead of respecting that they had done their role. So I really think it's not fair for you to make comment about it. We said to them, please do this, give you the respect, and you experience and able to do it.
I think we cut it there. Councillor, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to compliment the director on a good report, and particularly the planning portal and DA track and the explanation given, which is very comprehensive and understanding. I don't think there needs to be anything more said. With regard to the CCTV cameras, are they working in the main street now?
Through the chair, they are. So that's all been finalised now and set up. So.
Thank you. And lastly, as we're giving events a plug, Bob Brown Giants, supported by the council, that's how Alakai Hall got to show it. It was a magnificent show. Councillor Tucker was there. So thank you.
Just got
Councillor Levis, yes.
Yeah, just a technical question. The CCTV camera, what resolution are they?
Through the chair, I don't take on those, so I don't know off the top of my head.
Right. No further discussion. I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried by everybody.
I know I did. I thought you already seen it. Sorry.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. The 12.5 Investments March 2026. Recommendations report item 12.5 is received information of mover, Councillor Connor, Councillor Leverett. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a small correction, possibly on paragraph 3 year to date. Mature investments, the interest total 146, I think it should be 1.29. But the more important point is, or for me, I'm just trying to get a handle on the cash at bank of 8.108 million. So it was due to STP loan funds, is that right, drawn down? So what was the difference between, the end of February figure, which was 6.7 million, and the 8.1 is 1.3? What were the funds drawn down through the STP facility? How much were they?
So through the chair, the team are, as the term deposits are maturing, we're holding them in cash and ready to deploy for the progression of the STP. I don't have the February figure off the top of my head, but I know that we've had a number of them come in since then that have been holding in cash at bank, in ready to fulfil the milestone payments for the STP.
So the drawdowns from the new facility?
But the
Treasury call.
The increase to $8 million, was that?
No. So through the chair, we haven't struck the loan with Treasury Corp just yet. essentially the 8 million are existing term deposits that we are not reinvesting. We're holding that in our general funds and online saver in ready to STP.
I don't just seem as though there was an overall increase of money on hand, cash on deposit. I thought it must have been the drawdown.
I know.
September.
I was just going to say, to that reference to the interest earned is correct. It's interest earned on mature investments. That's 1.6118.
The second, I haven't started.
Yeah, sorry, councillor.
Oh, I'm going to say, interest rates are likely to head north next few months.
Councillor Trimble.
You said it just to let Councillor O'Connor know that that number on the first page is correct. It's the matured investment. 146 is matured investments.
Yes, but if you look at page,
No, but last year.
look at the last page of the report.
Yeah.
It says year-to-date interest received on matured investments, 1.293 million. So it is correct.
Really got me.
Councillor O'Connor's got it.
It's year to date. That's
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, any further comments? If not, I put the motion. That further recommendation, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 12.6 grants update March 2026. The recommendation is report item 12.6 receipts of information. A motion, please. Councillor Hayden. Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, happy to move the recommendation. It's disappointing to see that some of the grants, we haven't, won, but you know, that's the nature of the beast, I suppose, in this thing. I have, sent my query to Matt in relation to one, which I'm sure I'll get an update later in the week.
You, Councillor O'Connor.
Just to add, nothing further to add.
If I could, Director of Corporate Services, in relation to the Department of Transport Safer Cities, we were asked to increase our application amount to the minimum was 1 million. Do you think that is going to assist us or hinder us in obtaining that grant? I've taken we've got no option but to increase to that minimum level anyway.
Good Chair, that grant application using a connection story, which would include some renewal and rejuvenation of the main street down into the Oberon Common. It was a variety of things that we felt potentially could be included under that. They have indicated obviously that the minimum threshold is $1 million. There's no co-contribution requirement on that grant, which is why we've adjusted the application to that. Out of all the grants, the likelihood of that one coming through, I think, is pretty small, noting that they've contacted us and asked us to increase it to that level, but we've done that with the hope that we may secure it. But I would say lower on the potential securing list of that one.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Thought I'd put the motion, further recommendation, all in favour? Carried unanimously. 12.7 is status of council resolutions April 2026. Recommendations report up to 12.7 is received information of the mover, please. Councillor Hayden, Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendation. I don't have a great deal of, anything to question in there. I will mention two things only. I sent a request earlier, late last month, early this month, in regard to a resolution that I had that was in the status report that was removed from last month's, and administratively done, and it hadn't come back to council for a resolution. It was deferred last year. And also another comment from me on page 982 of 1004 25th of the 10th, 21, ordinary meeting, 13.2, Communications Working Party, the resolution number 16, that had a part 3 in it, endorsed the Communications Working Party for a further 6 months with a progress report to be brought back to council at that time. And I do note that it's still in progress. It is a working group, new model code of meeting practice, and this month would be the 6 months.
So, through the chair, no referral. The second one is the Comms Working Party hasn't met. Anything that comes from that would be reported back to council. There's no Comms Working Party in line with the same comments that I made in regards to the waste or the Works Working Party. I will note though, the mayor's letter to New South Wales about the concerns and the ongoing issues councils have when they can't talk for certain things in certain situations. And I don't step away from the fact that staff equally are frustrated by this, but I don't want to be the number one shot on the government minister's hit list.
No, I just am mentioning for reason of mentioning it because it's on record.
As is the response, council.
Councillor Cotton.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Really, I just got a question to our director.
Which director?
Director of
Corporate Services. Right, thank you.
So I see that, you know, even though the fuel price has gone up significantly, we're going to be below budget. That's fine. I understand the figures then. The question I've got is,
I think we're dealing with 4.7.
Oh, status report.
oh,
Status
sorry.
report.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
But you did second it.
No further comment. No further comment.
Any further discussion? Councillor Tucker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have 3 questions on the status report. The first one is page 965 relating to residential land development. I'm just wondering when we can expect to receive the options report.
Gentlemen.
Through the chair, that's being looked at this point in time. So I'll be sooner rather than later.
So expected by June meeting or earlier?
I'd like to think that we could possibly get it earlier, but if I say June, then that's when we'll get it to you.
Right.
Right,
So-
thank you.
Question.
Question number 2 is bottom of page 986 and top of page 987. So in November, we resolved to hold a councillor workshop to have a look at the audit report on plant utilisation and replacement. So the note in the status report in December said that a workshop will be held in the new year. And then last month there was a note saying that there was going to be some discussion at the March AREC meeting, and I remember querying that at the time, but that was fine. But now for some reason it has been marked as matter closed, which is it's not closed. The workshop has not been held, and I'm wondering why it's now marked as matter closed. If this is an issue relating to what you were just talking about of the ability to hold workshops, and if so, it should just remain on the status report as ongoing until we get answers to those questions. So I would appreciate some comments on that, please.
General Manager.
I'm through the chair. Over the past few months, we've been having many discussions on the plant utilisation and the processes we've implemented on the back of recommendations out of the audit.
Well, I've raised this numerous times, and we have not had the discussion in the detail of the audit report that I've been waiting for, and I've asked repeatedly. And so I am not satisfied that that has been conducted as per council's resolution, and I would ask that it remain open until that happens, please.
Note the comment.
Note the comment. Item third
Well,
question.
Well, it's not noting the comment because that's just saying you're going to leave it as matter closed and forget it. Will you put it back on as matter ongoing?
Through the chair, I'll advise council on what's happened in that space that recommended for the matter to be closed.
All right, well, which would need a rescission motion, I assume.
No, I'll bring it back with a comment as to what's happened in that space that council has been made aware of.
But that is
Council
not,
party to.
that is not a workshop as per the resolution. We'll have that, I imagine we'll have the same debate again when you bring that back. My final question is on page 992, and it's about replacement of the dead tree in Oberon Street. So the decision said that we would use the town streets maintenance budget if possible, and if there is insufficient funds, we would use the TI Legacy Fund. So I've received some expenditure figures from Matt, and by my assessment, there is sufficient money in streets maintenance, and I'm just seeking confirmation that that's the money that will be used without digging into the TI Legacy Fund.
Through the chair, the intention is to use the maintenance funds as per those numbers, forecast at the end of the year, and should that not be sufficient, then obviously the TI is a backup fund source for that. But at this point in time, that's the intention, to use maintenance as per the resolution.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We go to 12.8, fuel cost usage and BCP. Recommendation is report item 12.8 is received as information. A mover, please. Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor McCarthy, was that you?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. I might have got you as you were putting your glasses on, but you put your hand up and put them on.
Don't mind.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
O'Connor.
I've got the right item number now.
Right.
So question through to our Director of Corporate Services. I can understand the reduction in the overall budget, notwithstanding the price increases. The question I've got, but is, in the original budget, we had 400,000 litres as estimate that we'd be using. And based on the figures there, it looks like 237,000 litres, so it's 162,000 litres less. Is that, I'm probably going to answer my own question, is that because some projects have been pushed into the next financial year? And if so, that's fine. I just.
Through the chair, when we did that initial budget forecast, it was based on the proposed plan of works, and that some of those have shifted. So that's why there is quite some space in that budget as it currently sits.
So that's good budgeting and good outcome.
I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't say that.
Under the circumstances.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Future.
Councillor McCarthy.
Yes, I just have a question to the director. Recently doing work out at Charlton, which is on the end of Silver Street Road. We used the material from Wayland's Pit. It would have been more appropriate to use the material from Silver Street Pit, which is owned by another party, but the haulage distance and the fuel saving would be incredibly different.
To the chair, that's an operational matter we currently have no response to, so I can take that in note if we intend to respond to that operational matter, which could relate to the fuel report. But anyway, I'll take it on notice for myself.
It's the fuel usage that you're carting it from, 12 kilometres the other side of Oberon to the tip, reloading it and then going out to Charlton when there's a gravel pit, which we'd have to buy the gravel. But gravel doesn't go rotten, and to turn around to take it from out there is quite short, in comparison to taking it.
Where's the Source Creek?
Sacks. Oberon Quarry, or what do you call it? Middle Creek Estates,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, same road.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, director's noted the issue. Any other discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. I note there's no urgent business. 14, closed session confidential reports. In accordance with the Local Government Act 1993 and the Local Government General Regulation, in the opinion of the General Manager, the following business. Code of Conduct, consideration of censure motion 14.1 is business of a kind as referred to in section 10A2 of the Act and should be dealt with in the part of the meeting close to the media and the public. But I have someone move us into confidential, please. Councillor Leveris and seconded by Councillor O'Connor. All in favour? Thank you. Can you cease the recording, please? Okay, during the confidential section of council, the following resolution for 14.1. Following resolution was made. It was moved by Councillor McKibben and seconded by Councillor O'Connor. The council makes the following determinations following the investigation into Councillor Helen Hayden's conduct. 1. Council is satisfied that Councillor Hayden has committed misconduct under the Code of Conduct pursuant to the Local Government Act. 2. Council censures Councillor Hayden under section 440G of the Local Government Act on the basis of the findings by the investigation of the following. Councillor Hayden's conduct is inconsistent with her obligations pursuant to the subclause 3.3A of the Council's social media policy and constitutes a breach of her obligations under the Code, including 3.1. You must not conduct yourself in a manner that A, is likely to bring the Council or other Council officials into disrepute, B, is contrary to statutory requirements or the Council's administrative requirements or policies, C, is improper or unethical, E, causes compromise or involves intimidation or verbal abuse. Work health and safety, 3.12, all council officials, including councils, owe statutory duties under the Work Health and Safety Act 2011, WHS Act, you must comply with your duties under the WHS Act and your responsibilities under any policies or procedures adopted by the council to ensure workplace health and safety. Specifically, you must, B, take reasonable care that your acts or omissions do not adversely affect the health and safety of other persons. 3. Councillor Hayden's position as a council delegate, alternate delegate, representative or alternate representative appointed by council on committees is hereby terminated as Councillor Hayden has put council to disrepute by her misconduct. 4. Council refer this matter to the Office of Local Government, OLG, with the recommendation that Councillor Hayden be A, removed as a councillor of Oberon Council immediately, and B, barred from nominating to be a councillor for a period of 5 years. 5. The referral to OLG and the recommendations are made on the basis that the investigation found that the misconduct was of a serious nature in that, A, the harm that Councillor Hayden's conduct has caused the affected individuals, members of the community, family members impacted by a devastating accident, employees of council, the substantial adverse impact on Councillor Hayden's conduct and the reputation of council and public confidence in it, given the significant number of complaints and supporting material provided both to council and as part of this investigation. C, Councillor Hayden's actions being undertaken intentionally or at least with a reckless intent or negligence for the risk and harm associated with her actions. And D, the apparent pattern of behaviour of Councillor Hayden engaging in inflammatory commentary on her Facebook page, drawing council to controversy and negatively impacting its reputation in the community. 5, council notes the investigation has cost $12,540, including GST. 6, the Mayor issue a media statement advising the community of council's resolution in a manner consistent with the confidentiality requirements and Code of Conduct procedures. Thank you. I note that the next ordinary meeting of Oberon Council will be held on Tuesday, the 19th of May 2026, commencing at 5:30 p.m. in the Oberon Council Chambers, 137 Oberon Street, Oberon. I declare the meeting closed at 10:45 p.m. Thank you, councillors and members, people in the gallery.